This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3rd and 11 from the 12. Back to pass. Pocket collapsing. Allen squirts away from it. Throws to the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. Dawson Knox with the 12-yard touchdown reception.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby live, as always, on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on YouTube, and we are live on Twitch. The Buffalo Bills survive another Aaron Rodgers Hail Mary. They survive a flag fest with the referees, and they survive the new coaching impact of the New York Jets to get the 23-20 win in New York. The Bills move to 4-2, and the Jets, with Aaron Rodgers with his Dak Prescott stare on the sideline, fall to 2-4.
Greg the leg.
You know what? Yeah, more like not Greg Zerline, Greg Froyline. You know what I mean there, Chop? That's
Froyline.
Yeah, like Fräulein Maria. Now, look, here's the thing is that when you watch Fräulein, it's a young single German lady. That's what that means. When I watched, the big thing that stood out to me is just a small play that probably people don't think anything of. But when Breece Hall takes that pitch and he's running 60 yards down the field or whatever it was, and Taylor Rapp takes the right angle, wraps him up, brings him down inside the 5. My first thought was, if this is Dallas, that's a touchdown, and Dallas loses the game, that's the difference, because they get the stop inside the 5, they kick a field goal, and they don't score the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And it's just, it comes back down to, boy, see, isn't it nice to, if you're a Bills fan, to have a team that fundamentally is just sound and can make plays and make stops, and you can't do it.
Taylor Rapp had a fantastic night. How different did Aaron Rodgers and the offense look? He almost threw for 300 yards. He did have 2 touchdowns. Breece Hall went for 6.3 a carry. Allen Lazard and Garrett Wilson both had 100-yard nights, but without the 4th Hail Mary of Aaron Rodgers' career, they're ending up still with 13 points on the scoreboard.
Right. Yeah, it took a 52-yard Hail Mary to get that. Now, they could have had 26, I guess, with the field goals, but either way, it's still not a great performance.
Yeah.
And, in the red zone, they were not great in the red zone. That's a problem. Great teams find ways to score in the red zone. Great offense, great quarterbacks find ways to score in the red zone. And they're just not. They're just not a great team. And he's still a good quarterback. You could still see flashes.
Yeah.
And if you're the Jets, who haven't had a really good quarterback since, Joe Namath, he probably looks like the second coming to you. He probably does.
He's still, he's still good. Like you say, he's still a good quarterback. He's not what he once was. And there's still moments like the interception where there was the slip on the field.
Mike Williams.
Yeah, that was a throw that Aaron Rodgers is probably a little more accurate on in the past, and it was a little behind. So he's slamming on the brakes, slick field, slips, and then Johnson's able to step up and pick it off. But man, there were a couple shots Aaron took last night where I was like, I don't know how he's getting up. I mean, they were just 3 rushers, and Epinesa destroyed him right before the half.
How do you think Tyron's looking so far?
He's losing. I don't know consistently whole body work. I've noticed him getting completely beat in a couple different games when I'm watching the Jets, though, and him just getting worked.
Do we need to have remorse because of our left tackle situation, or no, the Cowboys cut bait at the right time?
No, I think it was time. You had to move on, just because of the injuries and because of the decline in play. But he was, he flashes. He'll still flash every now and then. He's still physically impressive, but he gets beat a lot more frequently than he used to.
That wind was fun. I was looking at the goalpost, and I didn't see the blustering with the flags up top, but every time someone kicked, that bad boy, as Bill Belichick said, looked like his 4-iron.
It's a swirling wind. I loved it. I loved all the missed field goals. Made the Bills cover, and our parlay hit, Robert.
Well, yours did.
Mine did,
because
right?
You had Houston. You swapped out.
Yes,
You swapped Houston
the day
because you were going against that rookie quarterback. I should have thought of that.
How many flags total in this game? Yes.
22.
22 on the dot. 11 and 11 on both sides. The 204 penalty yards the most in an NFL game this season. Again, I'm sitting there. It's about 10 o'clock. I'm like, oh, there's 13 minutes left.
Yeah, it was
Felt
a long
like the
game.
Cowboys game on Sunday. We still got a full quarter.
You could have watched the entire baseball game. And when that thing was over, it ended at the start of the fourth quarter. And that baseball game started 20 minutes before the NFL game, and it ended before the start of the fourth quarter.
Which we'll get to in just a second. First, Aaron Rodgers, you got all the answers for every other topic in the entire world. What about your football team?
Literally, you can go back to each of those games and look at little details. I mean, I got my own criticism to share as well, but a lot of opportunities if we all just do the little things, do the details. This was a golden opportunity. Some games you win in the NFL and some games you give away. This was a giveaway.
All right. So there are the Jets at 2-4. He's complaining about the officials a little bit, including a roughing the passer call, I think he said, on him. But now they go to Pittsburgh, at New England, Texans, Cardinals, Colts. So it eases up with Cardinals, Colts, but you got a Sunday night game against the Steelers.
Yeah, well, and I mean
that over under will be fun.
Depending on what week it is, I mean the Cardinals might kick your teeth in, or they might lose by 30 because they're a wildly inconsistent team. But it's I do like that. It just makes me laugh that at every turn there's always some reason from Aaron Rodgers that it's just not they weren't good enough. Like they're not better. I've got my own criticism. What you're supposed to say? You're supposed to give the reasons that it's not good enough. You lose? No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean you're supposed to. For him,
never
it's like,
him though.
It's always like, boy, I have my own criticisms that I could levy. I could point to some certain things here and there. It's like, you know what? Also, at the end of the day, maybe you need to talk about being a 41-year-old quarterback who's not the same dude that you've been in the past.
He's not. There's no doubt. Jets are a 1.5-point favorite, like you said. The over/under is
38.
Close, 37. It opened at 43.
Opened at 43?
Opened at 40. Now, that would have been at the start of the year.
Okay.
Probably, I assume, how they do that.
Belichick was funny last night, too. I'm scouting Bill Belichick for Dallas. So I'm trying to assess his likability, his football brilliance, all these things. And I just love this man is so petty. Holy crap. He's on another level of petty. He's taking his shots at Woody Johnson of the Jets. He's like, ready, fire, aim. That's what Woody does. You never know what he's going to do. He was basically trying to say, he said it with Jim Gray too, Monday, whenever that weasel does his stuff with Brady. But he basically was like, this is a premature firing. They're not that far away from winning. Look what Saleh did with the defense, but this is what the Jets do. And then he just came out last night with the Mannings, and he said, I don't like the Jets. I don't like the Jets. And he's just picking them apart, talking about Buffalo team speed as well. So that's Belichick on the Manning cast.
It was, I mean, the way he left them, you could tell. Like when he took the job. Yeah, when he took the job initially.
For 24 hours?
And then he left them, and he went right to New England. You could tell that he did not like the organization. I don't even know if Woody was there yet.
Over to the LCS, a big night for the Big Apple.
Now the 0-1 is hit in the air to left center. It is high. It is far. Oh, it is gone. A Stantonian home run. Giancarlo. Non si può scapparlo.
The New York Yankees, Soto went deep as well, beat the Guardians in Game 1. I guess Carlos Rodon's DMs, or at least his wife's DMs, are going to be quiet and silent as he goes 6 innings, gives up 3 hits, 9 strikeouts. Is Giancarlo Stanton about to turn around his New York legacy? What is he having a postseason like I'm thinking?
Yeah, he's having a good one. He's hitting like 400 in the postseason or 380.
Yeah.
Couple home runs. And, he was big in the Kansas City. They had MVPs. They don't have MVPs in the league, in the division series. But he would have easily won the MVP. Yeah, there are people on like on Instagram and Twitter, like Yankee blogs are talking about him as like a playoff dog type thing, right? Like they're really like just loving what he's doing in the postseason. So, Soto's having a good postseason, decent, not as good as Stanton. But yeah, he's absolutely turning this thing around. He's having like an A-Roddy kind of 09.
Imagine how much better his postseason would be if he wasn't grounded into double plays and just breaking Bob Costas' heart along the way.
Well, Bob, you're free from Bob. No more Bob.
I'm really just Dodgers need to take care of business because I think the Yankees are going to win this series against Cleveland pretty easily. I don't want Subway Series again. That would be such a drag if we got Subway Series. Give me Yankees Dodgers at this point.
I'm with you.
Why are you against Subway Series?
It didn't rate well the last time they had it. Back in
and Clemens was like throwing bats at people, and it still didn't rate well.
Back what year was that?
2000. So in 2000, the series averaged 18. This is how much baseball and basketball have fallen. Because the NBA and Major League Baseball don't get 18 million viewers for their finals unless LeBron's in it, right? So that got 18 million. But at the time, the previous 5 years had 28, 25, 24, 20, and 23 million viewers. And 2 of those were sweeps. And then you get to that one, which is 18 million. And in the very next year, it went back to 25 million. People just don't.
Is that an anti-New York thing?
It's
there was that I remember the narrative then from a lot of people was because it was obviously ESPN with the whole Bristol connection and being Northeast, and it felt like peak Northeast media bias for ESPN. And then when you get the Subway Series and they're just hyping it up, it was exhausting.
That and also like, let's just say it's just the Yankees in it and just any other team. Met fans are going to watch that anyway because they're baseball fans, and New York's a pretty good baseball town. But then you lose any other market that would be all in with their 8-10 million people.
And the Mets did not make Bobby happy and wanting to see the Dodgers definitely advance. Game 2, NLCS.
Swing on a drive in the air, pretty well hit right center. Pages back at the track, near the wall. It is gone! A grand slam for Mark Vientos on a 3-2 pitch. He clears the bases, hitting it into the pavilion in right center field. Mark Vientos with the Mets' second grand slam of the postseason, his third postseason home run, has given the Mets a 6-0 lead.
Feels like there's been a lot of grand slams hit this postseason. They score 5 in the second. That's enough. They beat the Dodgers 7-3.
And I mean, Vientos, now we talked about Vientos is putting up Stanton's numbers basically.
He's hitting 378.
It's if you go look at the line, it's like same amount of doubles, same amount of home runs. He's been raking during the postseason. And Shohei Ohtani just with a really humble 0 for 3 with 2 walks, but just really inspiring and a lot of humility.
Not going to talk about his game 1, though, whatsoever.
I mean,
2 hits and 2 runs scored.
You know, Sean, we're in a news-oriented business. We don't look back that far. So we talk about today.
Remember that for Jerry at 8.
I will.
Swaggy V is that Vientos' nickname, Swaggy V. But yeah, I mean, Shohei had a good. He's had good game 1s. Period. Like he was in game 1, he was 2 for 4, like you said, 2 runs scored and an RBI. In game 1 of the San Diego series, he was 2 for 5 with a home run, the 3-run home run. Other than that, 0 for 4, 1 for 4, 1 for 3, 0 for 4, 0 for 3. Like it's weird. It's like he's had great game 1s, and then he's kind of just stopped.
So he only bets on game 1, I guess.
That's right.
Bad Klay Thompson arrived last night for the Mavericks. They fell to 0-3 in the preseason. Klay went 0 for 9 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3, 0 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist in 21 minutes.
No one's dying.
Good Klay, bad Klay already.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Quentin Grimes was good. We got that. It was somebody had said. I saw a tweet last night. Somebody said something to the effect of like Quentin Grimes is the LeBron James of Danny Greens. Like he is somebody who's got such high upside, and he's so fun to watch. And he was really exciting last night in the way he played. But yeah, the Klay Thompson thing. Coming off of, Choppy's concerns about him getting, D'd up in pickup basketball games by Rafer Alston or whoever he's playing.
Was it Rafer?
Yeah, and then coming out here and having to struggle shooting. That's a little tough.
Twitter, Klay is 3 for 30 over his last 30 shots. Oh, my God, bro. He looked like a 34-year-old tonight, not getting to his spots. Bronny James is officially better than Klay Thompson. So that is some of the Dallas Maverick fallouts from their loss to the Clippers. People thought things were simmering at the Star in Frisco yesterday. Why was Mike McCarthy 2 hours late to his press conference? And what is the difference between right now with McCarthy and Wade Phillips when Jerry Jones did you know what? Jerry will join us live at 8. Glad you're joining us as the 6 a.m. club just getting started with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRLD.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones Live, not at 8:30, but 8 o'clock this morning. Chris Russo, as your show on First Take, will be playing those clips for all 6 people listening, according to your wise ass. Bobby Belt, did at any point yesterday you think something weird was going on as you texted us that Mike McCarthy was later and later for his press conference?
I didn't think anything was necessarily like
even Chef Eric texts me. He's like, I had an event at the Star today and it got canceled. Something may be up.
Say, bro.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
No, I think when it was odd because I think it had been delayed 45 minutes already without any word as to why, and then it was meetings are running late. They're doing things. I didn't anticipate this was going to be a firing. Like, I didn't think we were going to get, broken glass, stone cold music, and it's Jerry and Steven walking out to the press conference room. But it is, I think it's at least of note that when they shift the press conference up much earlier than it usually is on a Monday for McCarthy, and then he's an hour and a half late because meetings are running long, that definitely tells me whether he's getting yelled at or it's all good, they're definitely having to go through. There's a lot to unpack as to why this was so bad the other day.
I love what you said about other areas of life and the warnings that you get.
I mean, it really is. Like meetings run long. They do. But even in wartime, they'll send emissaries to the opponent. Hey guys, we're done fighting for the day. Come collect your dead. Like even then they'll do it. The Cowboys don't even have the courtesy to walk down the hall and say, guys, let's just push this thing. Let's just push the thing to 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, whatever it is. Now, just delayed. It's just delayed. People have lives. People got deadlines to meet and kids to pick up at school, and it's just a common courtesy. Now, it's just completely rude.
To be fair, some other people may have had it communicated to them. Like, for instance, I know Broadus had texted directly and said, because they were waiting for the press conference to air on the show, and they had told him meetings are running late. So he asked directly, but I think media that was sitting in there, because I texted John Machota and I was like, 45 minutes late, have they come in there and said, why yet? Because I'm not going to McCarthy's presser on a Monday. And so has he said why yet? And he said, no, we're just
Cowboy Insider would do
we're
that.
just no. See, that's the Cowboy.
Fish was there.
I'm not going to say it. But that's
friends.
That's one of those things where it could have been communicated to individuals and there whatever, but it doesn't sound like anybody came in and made an announcement like, hey, just
which they should.
Probably, yeah.
Which they should. But also, you notice their approach when the heat is high versus others, right? Like Sirianni goes out with his tail between his legs, having to apologize for what he did with the Philly fans. We'll get to that later on. The Cowboys are like,
nothing.
They gaslight you even more.
Like you said, like Sirianni's kissing butt. You know, when it comes time to when you know that the heat's on you, most coaches, they become friendly with the media. They apologize profusely to the fans.
Yep.
You know, Mac Brown did that. I had to apologize to our fans. Yeah, he used to apologize to his fans. I heard like 8 apologies that last year he was here to the fans.
You throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
You do.
Not the Cowboys.
Not the Cowboys. Nope. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Look at this hand over here. Don't pay attention to this one.
Mike McCarthy said that their basics are not in order. I saw you retweet someone who reacted to that and said, wait, the fundamentals, the basics, isn't that your job? Isn't that your job, coach? He was also asked if he's blocking out the noise about his job security.
I think it's just part of the business, you know, and that's when people ask me about really anything with the team, part of working here, it's part of the business.
And did you catch what Dak had to say about you last night? Pretty strong words of support. And how do you react when your quarterback says that?
Well, I think it shows, how he feels, and I think it speaks to our relationship. But yeah, I mean, support is a nice thing. I wish you'd do more of it.
Cowboys. We are the world. We are the Cowboys. Stephen Jones was on the KMC Masterpiece. What did you think of Stephen's tone yesterday? I was asking how would the Cowboys approach things publicly and with the media.
So Stephen definitely was stoic, gonna sound like he's irritated. I think the quote he used, he said, we're feeling all sorts of emotions from disappointment to pissed off. But it felt, the vibe I got from him was he was ready for any question and he wasn't gonna snap because it felt like, hey, any question that you want to ask us today is fair. Any criticism you want to level against us is fair. And so I can stand up here and take it. And he stood in and answered everything without any sort of a snap.
They asked him, is this the right time to raise hell about what's going on?
We got real pros all in this building. I mean, you start with Mike McCarthy. He's got the skins on the wall. He's been through this. Mike Zimmer's been a head coach of quality football teams up in Minnesota. So we got people. We got one of the best special teams coaches in the league. We've got the right kind of guys on the coaching staff. I think we've got the right kind of players. I mean, we've got some of the top players in the league here and that are leaders and, feel like we've got the right group here. And so, I don't necessarily know that, raising hell's the answer here. I think it's, everybody, I think, understands where we are right now. And it's certainly not where we thought we would be. And we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a difficult schedule ahead of us for the next, 4 to 6 games that we've, going to be going up against quality opponents. So we've just got to go to work and get the job done.
McCarthy went a little Phil Jackson yesterday as well, where he was like, I think this is an opportunity that we relish. We've been here before. It's a good opportunity for our leadership. This will pay forward playing all these young guys. In my experience, it always has. And then he sent the guys home with a little homework assignment, little Zen homework assignment with a Q&A, basically saying, why is this happening with the ebbs and flows? Let's go ahead and answer some of these questions about ourselves. What?
McCarthy's like, I can't figure out what the hell's wrong. Can you guys go home, study this, tell me what I need to do, because I'm lost, you guys.
I think it's important for all of us. I gave them a number of questions today as far as things to think about and make sure they're reflecting, make sure they're looking in the mirror, and just make sure you're filling in the blanks.
How many responses will he get?
I don't think he handed out pieces of paper. I don't know. And then Stephen Jones, before we get to what's different about now and Wade Phillips, he gave the answer that set me off and the rest of the Metroplex. Do you see significant coaching or personnel changes this week?
No, I don't. I think it's, the guys that are here just got to, we got to do more. We're obviously not doing enough to get the job done right now. I think the coaching staff understands that. I think the players understand that. We in ownership and management understand that, and know that we've just got to go to work. And as I said, we've got 10 games. We've got the bulk of our schedule left to play, and we're 3-3. We're not where we want to be, but we're certainly not out of it. And we've got to get to work.
Now, look, a couple of Tolos wrote back, and you're right. What do you want him to say? What do you expect him to say? You got the guys that you have signed. You don't have all this trade capital. You're not going to give up draft picks and all that stuff.
Yeah, who's out there? There's nobody out there that's
but there's still a different way. Just look at the other organizations struggling and the tact and approach that they take. I could picture Robert Kraft coming out and being like, this is not good enough. Obviously, this is not good enough. And he could give you the impression that changes will be made and things will have to be done. The Cowboys are taking a different approach. But you touched on this a little bit yesterday. How is this different from what Jerry Jones did with Wade Phillips back in the day?
Well, here we go. If you go back to Wade and his time here, go back to October 17th of 2010. Okay, the Cowboys lose to Minnesota 24-21 on the road. They had 11 penalties for 91 yards. That was a very penalized team that year. They were just kind of...
Oh, so a lot has changed.
Yeah, right?
Like a Jets-Bills game.
Yeah. Now, one of those penalties that they had negated a Miles Austin touchdown. All right? One of them negated a Miles touchdown of 68 yards. So that You know, they could have won the game there. And also a 34-yard punt return from Dez Bryant. The next week they played the Giants, and that was a Monday Night Football game. I was there. In the
Romo got hurt in that one.
At the 400 level. That was on the 400 level. And that's where Romo was laying on the field, basically half dead.
Which time?
This is the collarbone.
Right.
So they fall to 1-5. Now they had an early bye that year. Week 4 was their bye. So there's no way they were going to make a change in week 4. So they had no options. But the Romo injury, that's when the team started to quit. And it was clear. They allowed 41 to the Giants. The next week, 35 to Jacksonville, and then 45 to Green Bay. They were outscored in those 3 games 121 to 59. Parallel. And he was gone. And the next day, Jason was in there, and they already had new clocks and a podium. It was crazy how that happened.
But as you said yesterday, and this is the only time Jerry has changed coaches during the season since purchasing in 89, they were 1-7.
1-7, you're out. You're already out of it. At 3-3, you're not out of it. And that's the thing. You know, you're not going to make a change when there's still, like, who gives you the best chance to succeed this year? Is it the coaching staff that's currently in place, or removing one and just putting Al Harris in there?
Doesn't that end any talk of this or parallel or comparison, Bobby? 1-7 versus 3-3.
I mean, if you're going to
unless you want to argue you don't want to get to 3-7.
if ends justify the means, like if it's just the win-loss column, yeah, it's a different question. If you just look at how they played through the first 6 games, they've gotten their asses kicked a lot worse in these first 6 games than they did in that 2010 year. They were not producing at the same rate offensively or defensively that they were in that 2010 year. If you just look at the peripheral statistics, this is a worse Dallas team so far than that one in 2010 that got Wade Phillips fired. But they were 1-5. This is what we were going back and forth with in the text a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the Giants or the Steelers games, and Peyton and RJ were saying, hey, you know, a win's a win. I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm happy with it. And it's like, well, to me, I want to see evidence that you can continue this. And to me, those games don't show that you're going to be able to continue winning football games. I think that this right now is a worse team than that one that they fired Wade Phillips for. That team just quit, though, was the problem.
Oof. That team was getting old. They were in transition. You know, they were some of the offensive line from, I think I remember my guys, right, from Colombo to Kosher. They were just Flozell. They were just getting up there in age. They were starting to move into they hadn't yet gotten Tyron. They hadn't yet gotten Frederick and Zach Martin. They needed a change.
Dave Portnoy says, avoid this state fair of Texas food. I tried to hook up RJ with Tim Tebow, the Grapevine Fire, and who else did Bobby Belt bond with over the weekend? That's all next. Jerry Jones at 8. We continue the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan. But at
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Did not get to this yesterday with Cowboys Monday and all the post-game coverage here on DFW Sports Station. Post-hot clarity. Is this the end of Zach Martin? Bobby rewatched The Misery. He'll have the recap at 7:20 on the home of America's team, and Jerry Jones live at 8, not 8:30 this morning. But did have a lot to report back on from the weekend, so we'll recap it right here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. After Friday's show, took the entire family out to the State Fair of Texas. And my daughter is fantastic. She prefers being out in public way more than being out with us, being home with us. She's over it. She's tired of it. I think she's already ready for school at 5 months. But my son, he eventually melted down. I thought he would last longer, but he wasn't feeling too great. So we probably made about 3.5 hours out there. But once again, that State Fair sun did rear its ugly head, melted us down a little bit. Went out.
You went during the day, right? Like
11:30.
Yeah.
11:30. Went out. Did not get the wife's big text picture with the entire family, but did get the Fletcher's corny dog Ollie had his first one, thoroughly enjoyed it, took him to the dinosaur. It was really about appeasing him. We had to just shut him up. You can't really cut loose and do your own thing. You don't have enough hands for a drink. Like, I got to like slam a beer as we're standing to the side with like twisty tater chips or whatever the hell they are. So didn't really partake in all the food, which did not greatly disappoint me. Went in the petting zoo. That's where I realized, as some Tolos pointed out, that wearing sandals out there was a humongous mistake because all that dirt and animal poop and dust and all that crap. It's just like a COVID pit in there with that petting zoo. But Ollie, of course, he had to stand at every damn fence or whatever it is until the animals ate out of his cup. But it was okay. I was casually looking out for Dave Portnoy, who did his booth by booth, stand by stand State Fair review, and I did not see him. I guess one of our guys at the station, was it Joe Ramirez?
Joe Ramirez Portnoy? Saw him on Saturday, and when he did his One Bite Pizza review, he mentioned on there, I guess it was, I don't know if plans changed, but he said, we'll be out there tomorrow. So like he said in that review, he was not going out there on Friday.
Well, he did give his summary of the State Fair food on Saturday during the Barstool College Football Show, and he's not a fan.
I was here yesterday and did all the food, like the crazy food. It was disgusting. Like, I mean, I tried to eat. I was doing individual scores, but, pickled pizza, gross. You had the Cheeto corn dog, gross. Everything that you'd think would be gross. It's like, why'd they put these together? They were, in fact, gross. So it was, like, hard to eat. They have good food, but the crazy shit, it's tough to get down.
You had the deep fried Oreo too, right?
I had it all. I went through everything, and like I said, it's hard. The bacon glazed with cotton candy, like gross.
Yeah, and I have to agree with him.
It's not cuisine.
Yeah,
it's fair food.
Yeah.
Fried fair food.
So what are you going to go out there and eat if you go out there?
We're going to go out Saturday morning.
3 things.
We're going Saturday morning because we thought we were going to go out Saturday afternoon, but Tennessee plays 2:30. I thought they played at 6. So now we got to go like 10 a.m.
Isn't that the last day, Saturday? Like it's coming to a close pretty quick.
I think this is the last weekend, or this weekend or next weekend. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know what I know. I'm not going to get a corn. I'm not a fan of corn dogs.
Okay.
I don't like them.
Like one year I got a gyro. I wanted to get like a piece of pizza or a burger. I was scared to get that in front of Amanda because she wants it to be State Fairy. You don't want to go out there and just get a burger or something plain. But I understand what he's talking about. A turkey leg will set you back with maybe $25, $30. We had the fried burnt ends already in here, which Peyton said was the number one seed. Our guy Palmer, sponsor of the Firehouse Tour, had his creation judge. I think he got the second or third highest score out there behind like a funnel cake. And then while leaving the fair, and I walked by like all the college football sets, that was kind of cool. And while leaving the fair, your boy,
I saw that.
Your boy left the gates.
Old Timmy.
And I said, who is this thick figure walk into the parking lot? And I think Tebow thought maybe I was pulling a firearm on him, which I could do thanks to Ken Paxton if I wanted. I'm pulling out, and here's Tebow with his little roller suitcase, and I can feel Amanda's stress as I start rolling down the window and grab my phone, and she's like, oh, my God, oh, no. And I was like, Tim, let me get a pic. And his first reaction, like if you hold down the picture on your phone, you can get the little video.
Yeah, the live photo.
And I think it was kind of like, oh my God, because I'm just rolling down my window and sticking an apparatus out with my hand. God knows what I could be doing. And Tebow quickly adjusted, like he did not do in the NFL. And he gave the nice little smile, and it was a perfect picture pose. And I wanted to tag and send it over to RJ Choppy, his old Timmy. Feinbaum was up there broadcasting, but there was Tebow walking right to the parking lot. So I got my Tim Tebow sighting.
He is he's so well put together.
Yes.
He's just a specimen of human greatness.
Yes.
That's what Tim Tebow is. The way his arms fill out that shirt.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to fill out dress shirts like that.
I did decide to stalk Portnoy a little bit more since I didn't see him at the state fair. I wanted to see his pizza reviews and where he was going to go in the Metroplex. Very telling that the top 2 pizza reviews he did had to do with Connecticut and Detroit. No local, true Texas type of pizza.
Well, there's no such thing as Texas pizza.
I know.
So you can't really.
Well, you can still go to a place that like he ate this Texas. His favorite thing he ate this weekend. He's like, this Texas pastrami, and I was like, bro, you live in New York. Like, why? Like
this Brooklyn barbecue, man, it's just amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta have it.
Exactly. So he went to a place, and I've been obsessed with this New Haven type pizza since everyone says New Haven, Connecticut actually has the best pizza in the entire. A Pete's. I guess it's
a Beats.
A Beats is what they call it. And he found this place in Garland, which I'm close to, and I'm like, I've never heard of this place called Fortunate Son. So because of their hours, I think they're closed Monday, Tuesday. They don't open during the week till 4 p.m. I'm like, I want to go here. I want to immediately go here. I did all the research, and I took the family out there. There was a car show right there in Garland. That made things a little bit more chaotic, but there was definitely a line. There was a line which I don't know if the restaurant definitely knew Portnoy would cause. I don't know how up to date they were on the pizza effect he has on your business. They had to shut down to-go orders for a little bit. We waited about 30 minutes, and he gave Fortunate Son in Garland an 8.1, and I thought that was a pretty dead-on rating. Very, very thin. It's going to be burnt or overcooked, according to some critics. I like a little bit more like sauce on mine, a little bit more sauce and cheese. I wouldn't rush back there like I would John Zableeker, his number one rating in New York that you and I both tried. I thought he nailed that. I think that was like a 9.1. I'm not dying to go back, but it was good and solid.
Yeah, I like a lot of sauce, and I don't like thick crust, but I like a more doughy crust.
Okay.
Where it's a little softer.
Like, I don't like crust in general, so I don't care.
Oh, yeah. To me, that's like the most.
I thought that was your whole thing.
Yeah.
I thought that was like one of the big things. I know you just said the pizza and the cheese and stuff, but I thought that's what you wanted out of the Philly pizza, for instance, that you had me go get for you.
No, their dough. Like, not the crust, but like they make their own dough.
Oh, so you just mean the not the crust of it, not the, okay, I got
just
you.
all the dough of it. So then yesterday he reviewed Detroit-style pizza with a place that was like right by my house, and he gave that, I think, a 7.4. That's the name has escaped me. I'll have to go ahead and get it. So that was me trying to follow up on Dave Portnoy and his weekend.
I think it was Thunderbirds.
There it is. I think that's a chain. It's like Detroit style rectangle pizza, a little bit greasy, kind of like a pan pizza. So that was my and then what was the name of this place? Saturday I had a kid's birthday party. Choppy had offered up Stars tickets to us. Thank you for that. But we ended up going to this place that it was pretty impressive. It was. It had a movie theater, arcade, and bowling.
Evo?
All in the same place. It was not called Evo. I have it somewhere in my notes, but I'm not able to find it. Strike and Reel. I suggest it for birthday parties. It was good.
I've driven by it. I've seen it. It looks really cool, but I've never actually gone in there.
And while I was doing all that, Bobby Roberto Belt was bonding with the station.
I was out there being the ultimate teammate is what I was doing. I made the rounds to hang out with a number of different fan teammates on Saturday because I was a bachelor. Kristen was off this entire weekend with the kids at her uncle's llama ranch.
With rattlesnakes.
Killing rattlesnakes.
Like my house.
Yep. Jacob had to kill a rattlesnake, a baby rattlesnake, which you told us later, that's the most dangerous one.
You get a dry bite out of an adult baby, they're just gonna inject all their venom in you.
Yeah, so Saturday, Choppy invited me out. He was right around the corner, invited me out to go to Luca's baseball game. There were two of them. One was at 9 a.m. I optimistically said I was going to be at that one and quickly realized, no. I was going to sleep in too late, need to take care of some business, and then come back. So I came back, got there at 1 o'clock. Did not start at 1 o'clock, though, Chop.
No, it was like 1:30.
No, it was like
McCarthy
1:30.
presser.
Yeah. Times 3. But if you look at what I told Chop was I said, all right, I'm going to go to watch the Texas OU game, which meant I was going to have to leave at like 2:10. So I only got like 40 minutes in there. But I did show up to watch the Midland Commanders.
That's right, the Commanders.
The Midland
Absolutely.
Commanders play.
Man,
that's not their name.
My new Chop's neck of the woods. They still haven't changed the R word. I said, it must be the Choppy League. They're still throwing the R word out there. Boy, are they wearing burgundy and gold uniforms?
They wear Michigan colors.
Okay.
They were playing against an entire team of 4'7" David Ecksteins.
Yeah.
These 15-year-old kids that still had not hit puberty. I don't know what was going on there, but Luke was out there catching, and I gotta say, watching him watch Luka is an experience for just how quiet and almost tense it seems. Like
that
there's nerves.
video was very.
There are nerves with this man when he's watching it, and it's everybody had said. Like the way he got comments, it's like weird that you were filming Choppy instead of Luka when he was up to bat. I was like, no, I told Choppy. I was like, I'm gonna I need to see how
Bobby's
you react
second
to this.
camera was set up on the kids.
It was absolutely. Yeah, you should see when they're pitching. When they're pitching, I'm even worse.
No, but he Luka did have a pass ball in the first inning. Very nervous, I think, to have to deal with me there watching. But he got a base hit. That was good. Then I went off, hung out with Tolo Steve and Will Chambers over in Plano and watched the Texas OU game. Rubbed it in Will's face consistently. He's easy to draw offsides with the SEC bit. So that was good. And then I went over, hung out with Zach Wolchuk for the night slate of games. Went over to his house, and his dog that will not stop licking me. Like my shoe and everything. It's a golden retriever. Apparently that's what they do. I was a little irritated with the dog, and I'm a dog guy, but that golden retriever was a little too much.
Handicapped dog.
And then you went to Roanoke?
Yeah, Roanoke had like a festival, like their trade days. Roanoke, we celebrate Roanoke Fest, which we had a rare night off because we had the kids, but they had homecoming and a haunted hayride, so we had a couple hours. And we went out there, and Pat Green was playing. Like it was like a free show that he was playing there. And I do believe, and I've seen Pat before, I do believe it's time. It's like, every musician has that time where it kind of is like, all right, they're getting there. Pat was always able to, he was probably never fully sober when he played. I think it's kind of catching up to him. We left Pat's show probably after about 4 songs. We're like, all right, we've seen enough.
And we may have our final Firehouse tour in the Noke. RJ Choppy's sleepover, but this Friday with Eric Chiafalo joining the program, we're going to be in Denton.
Yep, Denton Fire Station number 3, 1401 Underwood Street in Denton. So come on out, hang out with us. We're going to have a bunch of G-Bag flags. We'll have some food for you, and we'll also have these cool lunch bag coolers, these Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour coolers.
Was Bobby right about our big college football fight last week? And let's talk about the beatdown at the Cotton Bowl. A college football kegger is next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Ewers from the shotgun on first down, turns, hands it to Weisner, cuts up the middle, 40, 35, Trey still on his feet, outside, here goes Weisner, say goodnight to this one, Trey Weisner in the end zone for the touchdown. How's that to make up for a fumble? 43 yards on a big rumble.
Craig Way with the call. Red River Shootout. Not the rivalry. It's too hard to say that anyway.
No doubt.
And this was a big-time win for Texas, 34-3 over Oklahoma. OU never had a chance. They were up 3-0 after one, but you knew it was only a matter of time before Quinn got his sea legs under him.
Was there any point for the Longhorn fans in the room that you were like, they should not have gone back to Quinn. They should have stuck with Arch. Peyton?
No, I did
Longhorns
not.
Fans.
Bobby, he said me. You wait your turn. No, I did not. I didn't. I was frustrating at first because Quinn throws the early pick. You have the turnover, but I'm like, it's just a matter of time for the Longhorns to get clicking. I trusted their defense here and their offense was going to work its way out.
No, he definitely did not look sharp at all. There were throws to the flat, other things where he just was really off. But to me, it's like absolutely don't go back because when Quinn's healthy, he's better than Arch. And I need the rust knocked off for Georgia. So absolutely. There was not even a second where I thought about Arch.
No doubt they needed the rust. That was the biggest part of this game because Oklahoma. The thing with them is that they have to, even if they played a perfect defensive game, they were going to be limited into what they were going to hold Texas to. Right? It was
limited with their own offense with their receivers.
And that's the thing. Their receivers out, and they were starting a true freshman quarterback who was making his second start and third game. So it was never going to be a situation where they were never really a live dog, as you would call it. Their defense was going to put up a fight, but sooner or later it's going to run downhill and it's going to be too hard to catch up.
Literally run downhill. Texas was able to run the ball really effectively in this game, and Oklahoma's just they're not built for it. They're not ready. They are a classic SEC team.
They've beaten you 5 out of the last 7 times.
I don't know why we keep jumping back to old news.
And
Sean.
Twice in the last 3. But this is the first time that the Longhorns have started the season 6-0. First time since 2009. 6-0 for Texas. And I love all the... actually, let's talk about their dominance a little bit more, Bobby, in terms of trailing or not this season.
So this was Oklahoma gets a big moral victory. They are the first team all year to lead against the Longhorns with their field goal when they went up 3-0, and they led for the next 3 minutes and 50 seconds before Texas took the lead and went on. So Texas, out of 360 minutes of football that they've played this year, has trailed for 3 minutes and 50 seconds. That's almost exactly 1% of all the time they've spent on a football field they've trailed.
I love all the trash talk that comes with this. Earlier in the week, Venables said he would try corn dog if OU won. Well, Sark walks into the postgame presser eating a corn dog, saying, "I'm starving." After the game, the Longhorns take a Baker Mayfield jersey, put it on the 50, and plant the Longhorn flag, stabbing the jersey, causing a rip in it that they hold up afterwards. And Baker, at his Buccaneers press conference, was asked about it.
I don't know if you paid attention to what happened in the Oklahoma game yesterday, but they planted your jersey midfield and stuck a flag through.
Who is asking? I don't know.
I would guess.
Is this a bit?
That sound. If it's Tampa Bay and that boy, Jenna Lane is who I think it is.
Let's hear it again.
I don't know if you paid attention to what happened in the Oklahoma game yesterday, but they planted your jersey midfield and stuck a flag through that. What's up with you catching some strays there?
That's just a kid from Austin, Texas that went to Oklahoma and won his last 2 Red River games and being rent-free in their heads for almost a decade now. So, yeah, it's a good feeling.
It is weird though. Like, now I know Baker's done he's played to the flag. He did it at Ohio State, but it's been like 8 years since he played there. Like, none of these guys played against him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't remember. I obviously don't have a frame of reference for this. How long after was Bosworth still a figure that people would get worked up about after he had left Oklahoma?
I mean, he's still worked up about it. I mean, they had to hide the fact that Quinn Ewers was going to be in his commercial from him.
Look, I love the Longhorns. I hate Oklahoma. I hate Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield has every right to be as defiant as he wants about Texas because, as he's pointed out correctly, I grew up in Austin. I was right in the shadow of the stadium, basically. They gave me no attention in recruiting. They couldn't give a damn about me. And so when I was trying to make my decision after Texas Tech, when he was going to transfer, he went, okay, I want to go where you beat Texas, and you beat Texas by going to Oklahoma. And so I respect at least that.
He's petty.
He not just petty, but like just a little bit like, I'm right in your own city and you didn't do anything to even recruit me. And so I get his defiance.
Kind of like Dan Campbell towards us. The tickets are being talked about for Texas, Georgia. They are astronomical and insane.
Let's see. I can see right here. So you could buy them on the if you go to the ESPN site, right? You know, if you just go to like the score, it says tickets as low as $210. I would be surprised at that one.
Yeah.
Because it says for the Tennessee Bama game as low as $285. I couldn't find tickets for that for less than $500. So I can only imagine what number 1 versus 5 is going to be.
Game day will be there.
Game day will be there. That is the second week in a row they'll see Texas.
I'm seeing lowest tickets sold, close to $400 through third-party retailers. So, again, it's going to be different at different sites, but through the roof for Georgia.
I was surprised preseason. We did the 24/7 sports breakdown of the most expensive college football game tickets over the summer, and Texas, Georgia was 7th, which I thought was, and that was the 4th most expensive Texas game. The Michigan, Oklahoma, and the A&M game were all more expensive.
Well, so just for sake of like this, you'll get, since Texas is far away from a lot of these other SEC schools, so like Bama's at Tennessee, it's easy for Bama fans to travel up there. So now you're getting 2 fan bases to buy the tickets. I mean, Georgia, you got to fly in or drive. You're probably not going to get as many Georgia fans coming to the game and boosting the market a little bit. That might be the reason.
College football kegger here on 105 through the fan. Jerry Jones live at 8 this morning.
How about the finish in Outson Stadium in Oregon?
Here we go. 6 seconds left from after the 5-yard penalty, the 38-yard line of Oregon. Howard steps back to throw. Looks right. Pump fake. Now will run and has room and hooks down at the 28-yard line, but the clock has run out. Oregon is defeated. Number 2, Ohio State, 32-31. It's officially over.
Pull to Prescott.
Yeah, pull to Prescott. That is Oregon radio with the call. Oregon beats Ohio State 32-31. And I don't know if you saw the end of this. There was about 11 seconds left.
Yeah.
Oregon throws a pass. It's incomplete. And I'm sorry, Ohio State throws a pass. It's incomplete. Oregon, and they found a loophole or whatever. They used this loophole. They purposely put 12 men on the field. So it would be a penalty, and it's only 5 yards. And as long as they don't complete the pass and get into field goal range, all it does is now it gives you 12 men guarding 11. So the chances of them completing the pass are slimmer. But it's only 5 yards, and the time runs off the clock, and they don't put the time back on the clock, which I do think is it's cheap.
Yeah.
It's cheap. You should put the time back on the clock because now they got 5 yards and lost 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And now they were down to 6 seconds left in the game, and they ran one play, and it was still from like the 40-something yard line.
Dan Lanning is being called genius for this.
Dan Lanning he's
a very good coach.
He is great. I mean, this is why there was so much talk before Kalen DeBoer got the job of people saying Dan Lanning makes so much sense going to Alabama to take over for Saban. He is great X's and O's guy, great culture guy, and he's had some of these things come up before where he's just Mr. Gamesmanship.
So let me ask this question. If I put 14 guys on the field, they're not going to blow the play dead.
Right.
They're going to run the play no matter what.
I would assume so, yeah. I don't think I've never seen 13 men on the field. I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah, it
Certainly
should be a dead ball penalty. Like they should stop it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, if they notice it, stop it. But I know like defensive penalties.
Because I could literally put out 35 guys on the field, they would not blow the play dead.
I assume that would have to be somebody would have to do it, and then that would end the rule immediately.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing the reason why people don't do it is because they want to be able to take.
I mean, this
a
is
little bit
probably
of
going to
advantage.
end it, but
it might.
Probably,
it might because it's a that would be a pre-snap penalty. You would have to make it one, right?
Yeah.
Like when you what's it called? Unabated to the quarterback, they'll just blow it dead.
Yep.
This was a fun game, though.
It was a very fun game.
I
It's a
think
fun
this is
atmosphere.
Oregon's highest win ever. I think
ranking.
Not ranking, but like beating a team. I have to go back and check during the chip years, but I thought I saw that.
I mean, Dylan Gabriel was awesome in this game. This was the best game he's played all year.
Yeah.
They were able to throw downfield as much as they wanted on Ohio State. This was a great game, and I don't have a problem. If Texas beats Georgia, it should all change. But I don't have a problem that there were some people who wanted to vote Oregon number one in the poll because they say, man, that's an undefeated team that's played really well and has probably the most impressive victory of the year now.
And then Bobby points out Ryan Day is 43-0 in non-bowl games against teams other than Oregon and Michigan. He's 0-5 against them.
Wow.
Since 2020, he's 43-0 against everybody else except those two.
It's always been Ohio against the world.
The thing with Oregon, though,
well done, Peyton,
is early on in the year, they only beat Idaho by 10. They only beat Boise by 3. They kind of struggled out of the gate. To me, they're not nearly as good as Texas. I would absolutely have Texas ahead of them. I agree with you, though. If you wanted to jump them because they beat a really, really, really good team, and everybody thinks Ohio State might be the most talented team in the nation or right there with Texas. But Texas belongs at number one. They absolutely deserve it. And then when they beat Georgia this week in the game at 6 o'clock that you can hear on 1080 KRLD, when the Texas does win that game, they'll be...
You're saying they're going to win?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Georgia's a good team. Georgia is... They're just as good as some of the, from a NFL talent standpoint, like the percentage of starters, but their quarterback is not as good.
Y'all haven't seen obnoxious yet, but you will. You will after Texas takes care of.
Y'all will choke it away somehow.
Nope.
No, what they'll wind up doing is they'll wind up losing to A&M or something on the road.
Yeah, somehow they'll mess it up. Hopefully.
No. This is look clear. All bits aside, there's clearly nobody right now in the country who stands up to Texas in terms of being a complete football team. Texas is clearly the best team in the nation right now.
College Football Kegger Part 1 here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got a Lincoln Park ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway. Jerry Jones live at 8. Is this about to be the end of this Dallas Cowboys Hall of Famer? Bobby with the film study. Post-Hut clarity for Cowboys and who did they play on Sunday? I blanked. Lions. Cowboys, Lions, post-Hut clarity. Jake just walked by. That knocked me out for a second. Old Detroit insider. Post-Hut clarity is next. Let me...
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Oh, boy. There are times where when you turn on the film and you watch the Cowboys back, and this is post-hut clarity. It's where we take a look back at things we feel differently about after the initial fog from the Cowboys game and after watching the game back. And there are times we'll watch a game back and you go, it wasn't as bad as it looked. Or man, okay, maybe there's some more positive here and things like that. This was every bit as bad or maybe worse watching it back. They got absolutely abused in this game. And I mean, it was issues of just across the board. They got beat down on both sides of the ball schematically. They got beat down physically. They didn't look as just naturally gifted and talented in terms of athleticism as Detroit. Detroit looked better in just about every possible way you could look better than the Cowboys. And it was, I know we talked about it. It did stand out. I don't know why. Watching it back on film, it stood out more. It definitely felt like a petty game plan from Detroit.
Yeah.
Where it was just, like, I mean, I knew it was, but
they tried 4 trick plays and 3 to linemen.
But when you watch it, it's like, you definitely didn't need to. You could have lined up and beat the hell out of them, and you decided you wanted to make it look embarrassing. Like, you wanted to, you have an open layup, and you decided that you were going to windmill 360. Like, that's
throw
what
it
they
off the glass of the guy behind you.
Yeah, exactly. So, first takeaway here. We got 5 takeaways here. The first takeaway, the worst player on the field Sunday was Zach Martin. And I don't know that.
I think you meant to say Trayvon Diggs.
No, this is worse than Trayvon Diggs. And I don't know if this is definitely the worst game he's ever played of his career. I know he's declined. I know that he's, even earlier this year, we're talking about he's not quite to the level. He's still good. He's not an elite guy anymore. He's got to be hurt. And I know he popped up on the injury report with a back issue this week, but he was so. I mean, you guys saw. I had a couple of his rushes clipped and tweeted him. Have you ever seen Zach Martin get abused like that? I mean,
no. I'm trying to write it off to like all these stunts that I'm seeing, and I'm like, oh, it's communication, and oh, it's a step behind. But
McNeil, there were a couple of them. McNeil just swats his hands away or pushes him down. The sack that Dak gave up, where Zach got pushed onto his back almost right off the snap. I've never seen. We always talk about when an offensive lineman, you don't want an offensive lineman who's a clapper, the guy who goes after the play because it's missed it. I saw for the first time on tape Zach Martin do one of the classic offensive line moves of punching himself in the helmet. Wow. Like he gave up the sack and he punched his helmet and like was clearly body language said he knew he was playing bad football.
You think this needs to be his final year?
Yeah, and I think it is.
You really do.
Yeah.
Worse than any of what you saw from Tyron in his like last year or two here?
Yes.
Oh my.
This was bad. And it's again, I think that when we talked about Brandon Cooks, and I said after watching the Brandon Cooks Giants game, I was like, something's either he has aggressively declined or he's hurt, and then we found out he's hurt.
Yeah.
We know that Zach Martin missed practice on Thursday because of a back issue. I think he was tough and one out. He had to be because he physically just did not look like an NFL lineman at a lot of different points.
What is his BFF grade on the season?
Well, we're going to say baseline average is 60. So he's been, for most of the season, probably like a 65. Something
Okay.
like that. A little above average, just he's not elite anymore.
We had a decade of dang near elite line play.
Yep.
I mean, it was bound to run into a blip, and the same thing happened in.
This is a problem with putting. By the way, his PFF grade is a 68.1. So
for the year,
nice job, Bobby, for the year.
But this is
This is what happens when you put all this pressure, too much pressure on Will McClay. So, okay, you produce Frederick and you produce Will, time-wise, Tyron, Zach, whatever. But do it again with BB. Do it again with Guyton. Do it again with Smith. They're not all going to hit.
Well, yeah, and even if they do hit, they're not going to hit immediately. In Guyton and BB's case, where they're going to be like immediately just great. Like,
well, Smith hit fast. Frederick hit fast.
Right, but they had to move Tyler.
Zach Martin was 23, 24 when he hit the NFL. He was an old rookie. And
yeah, when he got to the NFL, 4 years after Tyron was drafted, he was older than Tyron.
Yeah. I mean, he's always been older than Tyron, but definitely after the draft.
This just in.
Number 2, no one was great on the Cowboys offensive line, but Tyler Smith was solid. Like when I said nobody gets star ups, nobody was good. Tyler Smith, he was not perfect, but he did what I would say is, at the very worst, it was an acceptable job at left tackle, and at best, it was above average. He was the only guy who I think you would say, watching that game back, you would say you can, if you play at that level, you can win with that guy on your offensive line.
So good enough to be the left tackle moving forward?
So I guess the only thing that you're not sure of, because you've got to put it in context a little bit. He played well, had some struggles, but how much of those struggles are also related to the 4 guys directly to his right were awful, and how much does that affect unit cohesion? That's part of it. Also, how many reps has he consistently been taking at tackle? Is he still knocking off some rust? Like he may look much better at left tackle in 2 weeks than he does right now. But yeah, you can absolutely get by with him, or not even get by with him. He can be a really good starting tackle in the NFL. It's just a matter of what's the drop off like to guard versus what you're getting from the drop off from him moving there. But
guard,
he was good. And the rest of the guys were not. And that's where number 3 comes into play. Cooper Beebe looks terrified. God love him. He is, when we talked about, was that quit out there on Sunday? He is not quitting. He is battling his ass off. He is very clearly locked in and trying to make plays, and his motor's running hot, and that's all good stuff. But man, the twists and the stunts like you were talking about a second ago with Zach Martin, he looks in a panic every time a defense is running a twist or stunt. Like, it's just, you see him, like it's just almost like squirrel brain, like looking around like, oh my gosh, where's this coming from?
And how much can you blame him? The guy's never played center before.
Yeah, I mean, the two most important positions arguably on the offensive line are left tackle and center, and the Cowboys have been playing this entire season with rookies at those positions who are switching positions.
Yeah. This is one of those things that was, this could have gone either way in the offseason with projecting this football team. I gave them the benefit of the doubt with their offensive lineman history. Like, they found Tyler Smith. Tyler Guyton's going to be a stud. I watched him stonewall Micah 3 straight plays in Oxnard. BB, whatever they see, I'm giving you offensive line benefit of the doubt, and it's haunting them right now.
Yeah, and BB felt like he was more NFL ready to me than Guyton. But BB's also going through a position change.
Yeah.
And so that's causing some issue there. But I still think BB and Guyton are going to be really good players in the NFL. I think Guyton's going to be a Pro Bowler. I think BB's going to be a really good player. I can't tell right now, is it a lack of NFL experience diagnosing it, seeing it quickly enough, or is it, which I think is more likely, it's that speed jump everybody talks about from the college to the NFL level, and everything's just happening so much faster than he's used to.
Well, that's a growth part. Like, that's something that will, if his talent is there, that's something that he will grow into.
Yeah, exactly. And he will. I think he will. It's just the rookies always talk about how the speed of the game is usually their biggest difference. This is Post-Hut Clarity. We're taking a look at the things that we feel differently about after the most recent game, the beatdown of the Lions beating the Cowboys 47-9. Number 4, Dallas is probably the worst tackling team I've ever studied. And this is not hyperbole. Remember, this is Post-Hut Clarity. This is when I'm enlightened and I'm clear. I'm not trying to just, watch it in a passionate moment. All 3 levels of the defense have awful tacklers. And not that each level's got some guys who are good at it, but there are black holes out there on the field almost every single snap at each level in terms of their tackling ability. This was a below average performance again from DeMarvion Overshown. In fact, he has been, it's felt like so far when I've watched tape back on DeMarvion Overshown, he has either looked like a future all-pro at linebacker, or he has looked like he needs to be on the bench, and he's clearly not ready coming back from the knee issue. So it's just a lot of inconsistency right now with DeMarvion Overshown. I think that's going to get ironed out. He'll become a more consistent player over time, and they're not going to have to worry about that as much. But right now, when you're trying to win games and Mike McCarthy and other coaches, their jobs are on the line, it's really tough when you're not getting any consistency out of them, especially when Eric Kendricks is out. But Diggs looked about as interested in finishing a tackle as I am in getting here at 6 a.m. every day. And just...
how's he going to respond to this week? And, well, next time he talks to the media. How's he going to address it? Because he will sometimes on social go and be like, my bad. He did that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, tackling has never been one that he owns. I think it was the name.
Is he going to be offended?
Probably. And look, I mean, he is a really good. Trayvon's interesting. When you talk to people at the Cowboys, they'll tell you don't want players with rabbit ears. You don't want players who hear the noise. Trayvon is one of the rare players that he hears it and he really does kind of self-motivate from it. It makes him mad. And he's like, he gets like that. But NFL scouts always talk about this. I remember I was talking to somebody from an AFC team, and they had said that, well, Diggs stood out to them and stood out to a lot of scouts during the process because whenever they would just bring up to him, oh, you're Stephon Diggs' brother. He'd say, no, I'm Trayvon Diggs.
Woo!
Wow. And he loves his brother, and he's close with his brother, but he hates the idea of, I am not anybody's brother. Yeah. I'm my own guy.
Well, when you talk about the Cowboys' toughness, sometimes a certain word comes up, and yesterday on ESPN, Damian Woody decided to drop it.
I don't say this lightly, and Rex and Dano know what I'm about to say is it's a big deal. Dallas Cowboys are soft. And for me to use the word soft, you're basically attacking players' manhood on the field. And if you look at the way the Dallas Cowboys have played, I always say the game of football is very simple, okay? You block, you tackle, throw, pitch, catch, all that type of stuff. If you can't win in the trenches, you have no shot at winning in the National Football League. I dare anyone, go look at the film. Just watch the game and just watch what goes on in the trenches with the Dallas Cowboys. They can't move anybody up front on offense, and on defense, they are getting, the line of scrimmage is getting removed 3 and 4 yards backwards. We can talk about coaching and all these type of things, but at the end of the day, these guys are soft. That's the bottom line. No scheme is going to correct what's ailing the Dallas Cowboys right now.
Well, the S word was relayed to Mike McCarthy when he eventually showed up for his press conference yesterday.
I think you got to be real careful when you use the word soft, particularly in this game at this level. They clearly playing faster than we were. There's no doubt about it. They played with more confidence as the game went on. And that's, to me, goes back to the belief in the details, the trust, not being as connected. We had some moving pieces. I think some guys started guessing, trying to make plays instead of playing the call. There was way too much of that. I think some guys on offense were pressing, trying to make plays. So we had some situations up front that they got after us on both sides of the line, both lines of scrimmage. So that's that. I think it was more of that was a big part of our evaluation.
Was the effort there?
Yeah, I mean, define effort. I mean, you look at GPS and numbers, things like that. But yeah, I think it's more about playing fast and playing faster than the other guy, and you're being more efficient and in all 11 coordinated. And they played very well, and we did not.
Look at the GPS, man. They give it effort.
Did they give effort?
That's scarier than he has to say those things. That's a scarier reply than the soft response.
Well, yeah, and the only thing you could say to that is you can see there's two things. You can either look at the effort from what do you see on TV or in the game, but if they're moving, because the GPS can tell how fast they're moving.
Yeah.
If they're moving at the same speed as they normally are, okay, then the effort's the same. Even though it might not look like that, and he's just being technical with it.
Look,
but nobody wants to hear it. That's the difference.
I don't care about any of that crap. I'm not saying it towards you, and Mike knows this too. Put Trayvon Diggs on the screen. That was not playing with full max effort. He wanted no parts of the contact. He wanted no parts of tackling. And Bobby, I'm sure you could find. You just said they're the worst tackling team you've ever seen. Yeah. How much of it was bad tackling technique versus I'm gonna make a business decision here?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's business decision.
Did you see Quit yesterday? Did you see Quit and rewatch it?
Yeah, there was some of it. Yeah, some guys did. And Jerry had kind of talked about it post game. It's like, okay, well, when does quit set in? Because is it quit like you're quitting on a team, or are you quitting because you're down 40 and you're getting your ass kicked?
Yeah.
Like there are different versions of it. But yeah, there were definitely some guys I think who had just kind of checked out and were like, this is done. We're getting our ass kicked and I'm finished with this. Last note here, and we'll finish on a positive note.
Oh, yeah.
Damone Clark played well. Damone Clark was good. I knew he had flashed a little bit when I was watching it live because he made a couple plays early in this game, like, had a tackle for loss, I think. And then there was another play where he kind of came streaking in and made a play at the sideline. And I think the broadcast talked about it a little bit. But he was solid for 4 quarters. He was not perfect. But for a guy who has had issues consistently seeing the play, processing it, reading his keys, and reacting quickly, that wasn't as much of a problem this week. It popped up a couple times. There was one play I know John Owning at PFF had tweeted where Damone Clark was literally the last player on defense to move after the ball was snapped. Like, he clearly just saw everything really slow. And that's an issue for him at times. But for the most part, I thought his mental processing was good. His effort was really, really good. Played well overall, was disciplined, and that's good for a guy who was been in the doghouse the last couple weeks. And so, positive day for Damone Clark.
People were telling McCarthy about the PFF grades and stuff, and I think his response yesterday when I was listening on the Fan Live was, yeah, I don't know if we had anyone grade out positively with our analytics.
Well, it's the second worst. Actually, they were actually graded slightly better in this game than they were in the New Orleans game as a team. As a team, they were at 52.4, which is awful. And in the New Orleans, they were at 51.6. So essentially the same, but this was by far their worst game. They are, in terms of by far their worst season. They've got 3 in the red or yellow, 3 games in the yellowish red. On offense, their highest graded player on offense was just a 72.
And that was?
That was CeeDee Lamb. And then Tyler at 71, Rico at 70, and Bass at 68.
Rico for his 5 carries.
Rico didn't look terrible.
I'm not making the comment because of that. I'm making the comment because Zeke got more carries.
I know.
Which
Rico
is
actually
ridiculous.
got a 73 pass block grade. And Zeke got a 76.
Okay.
So they both their pass blocking graded out well.
By the way, I think
I had a lower BFF grade on their pass blocking, but okay. 52 and 56 respectively.
What did you see from Zeke and Rico pass blocking wise as a justification to have Zeke playing more than him?
Nothing. There's no gap. There's no daylight between the two of them that justifies him being out there more.
Zach as a whole got a 28.3, lowest graded player, 0.0 on the pass block. Terrence Steele was low, 47. BB a 48.
Tony Pollard, by the way, had 17 for 93 and a touchdown for the Titans on Sunday, 5.5 a carry. Jerry Jones going to join us at 8 o'clock. Dan Orlovsky yesterday on ESPN said the most frightening thing that Jerry said in the post was not about Mike McCarthy's job security. It was saying that he was shocked. This was a shocker for us against Detroit.
The Cowboys lost at home by 40. And the most outrageous thing was Jerry Jones saying he was shocked by what happened yesterday.
Why?
If anyone knows football and has paid any attention to these two teams this season, you saw how this game was going to go. That's why it was easy to pick the Lions and pick the Lions one-sided. The Cowboys do nothing well offensively outside of the quarterback to CeeDee Lamb occasionally making plays. They can't protect. They can't run the football. They can't stop the run. They've been absolutely atrocious at home. They've had crucial turnovers in the red zone situations. What's that, 3 in the last 2 weeks that have taken points off the board? Mm-hmm. The Lions are by far the more dominant football team. And for Jerry Jones, I'm being legit here, to sit there and say that what he saw was shocking tells me that he has no pulse of his football team. He has no pulse of who his teams are going to be playing against.
For him to utter the words to the effect of you don't know football if blah blah blah, like this dude is so inconsistent and like shocking overall. Them getting beat, was that shocking? No. Them getting beat down, is that shocking? No. It is shocking to say that offense, which was doing what it was doing last year, and the Dak and CeeDee connection, which is the highest paid connection in the NFL, it's shocking to say you couldn't score a touchdown against a secondary that had been pretty vulnerable and was playing man coverage all day.
And lost 3 ends.
Yeah, but getting
by the end of the
beat.
game.
But I said this to many Tolos who called in yesterday. Getting beat down is not shocking. Lose them by over 20 to them is not shocking.
Sure.
No.
And Jerry, I do agree with Dan that Jerry may not have the pulse on things. Now, he's either doing the all-time PR spin to the max and feels differently behind the scenes, but he never gives the impression publicly that he has the exact pulse that we think he should. He doesn't. He's going to say at 8 o'clock, we still have the right guys. We can turn it around. There's going to be no worry. There's going to be no threats. There's going to be no panic whatsoever. Now, maybe that's what you need to do publicly, but he does it so much, it borders on delusion. It does. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for.
It starts with...
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lincoln Park at Globe Life Field on Friday, November 8th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
It's Tuesday. It's commercial-free. It's Expressway. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That is right, as Peyton Russell would say. It's Ask Reddit here on 105 The Fan. This is where we take the most viral questions being asked over on Reddit in the past week, the 48 million member Ask Reddit forum, and we kick them around with you guys on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text at 877-881-1053, and on the Twitch and on the YouTube, and we'll answer them here in the studio ourselves. RJ Choppy.
Robert Montgomery Belt.
Let's kick things off with... what's a seemingly small decision you made that ended up drastically changing your life? Butterfly effect type of decision.
Let's ask you this girl, does she like the queso or not?
Oh, so sweet.
Or guac. No, what was it? I said you got to get rid of one, queso, guac, or salsa. And she made the wrong choice. It was the wrong answer.
What did she pick?
She picked salsa. The answer is clearly queso.
It's queso. It is.
Get rid of queso forever. Now, we love queso, but...
Especially Peyton.
Yeah, but salsa goes with more things. Not more things, it's just better. It's more fresh. And then guac, everybody loves guac.
I don't have a specific answer for this, and what I would say is it's just amazing how much luck is going to factor into your life one way or the other. Fortunate breaks, connections, timing, who you run across, what phone number you get. It's just amazing. Like, Bill Simmons would always do this stuff when he would look back on, like, NBA events or sports events and, like, what if this just went different?
Yeah.
What if this guy didn't get hurt? This guy never plays. If this guy never gets hurt, that guy never gets drafted. So it's just the amount of luck. Mm-hmm. Yes, you need skill. Yes, you need hard work and all that. But, man, you need a lot of luck as well.
If you could have just one, skill, luck, or hard work, you would absolutely choose luck.
Ooh.
I mean, it's better to be lucky than good. Yep. That's where that phrase came from. And yeah, I mean, that's something where, similar to me, the one that I thought of was when I was doing my Cowboys podcast at first.
Cowboys looking for some revenge.
No, that was like
Mavericks looking for
that was like 10 years earlier than that. I had formatted it for radio as like a weekly thing, like a pre-recorded thing, and I was just pitching it to stations across Texas. And I had gotten like a couple different stations to pick it up. So I'd reached out to somebody who didn't have an opportunity for it, but liked what they heard and then told me, hey, we need someone to do stringer reports from the stadium. That was the first way I was able to get credentialed with the Cowboys. That gave me access that eventually led to me being here. So that was it. Peyton Russell.
And me.
Yeah, exactly. What's a small decision you made that ended up drastically changing your life?
Well, I decided to finally cave in and download the dating apps back when I was single. Ooh. I went with a whole year or so, 2 years without doing it. I was like, no, I'm going to meet the love of my life, at a bar or something, at a Rangers game. But no, it did not work that way. So I downloaded the dating apps, swiped right on my girlfriend now, currently.
God,
and
she's so sweet.
Now we fell in love.
Sweet.
Oh, that's so nice.
Now we live with each other.
Yeah, living in sin. Now, Sean.
But a house in sin.
But a house. Yeah.
Right. So actually, it's funny. Before we move on, you mentioned my small decision also led to me meeting you and then getting the opportunity. Sean, make sure to send me.
I remember the first phone call, Bobby. I'll do this another day.
Yeah,
I remember where I was sitting and what I said when I got off the phone to Amanda, but we'll do that another day.
I can't wait to hear that. Sean made sure to send me over the weekend a screenshot of a Twitter exchange we had like 6 years ago of him like being sassy because I had said it was like a Joey Gallo thing had happened. And I said, he's been doing that for a while. And Sean replied back, I didn't realize you were Peter Gammons now, too.
Just like I'm tweeting everyone back over this Jerry interview over the past 24 hours.
Clapping back. All right, we're doing Ask Credit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053.
K-Twiz just won the Lincoln Park tickets. One of our top Tolos tweeted it. Shout out and congrats, K-Twiz. Thanks for listening, brother.
All right, this is one for you, Sean. I'm coming to you first.
All right.
Okay, because I feel like, again, this is one you would have an answer for. What's a sign to leave a party that not a lot of young people are aware of?
Ooh.
I always had a buddy.
That's a great one.
I always had a buddy who he said, and I saw the answer on Reddit. He said his thing was like, if you saw somebody take off their shirt, like like they're bowing up, and it's like, get the hell out. You've got 1 second to 1 minute to get out.
Well, you got to keep an eye on the alcohol. No doubt about that. When are you going to start running out? And when are things about to turn? Now look, when you're fun, you want to be there for the turn, I think. But it's like me at this Vanderbilt tailgate, and I was there with my buddy partying with one of the players' families, and my buddy's like, we're going to be here for pregame, but we're not going to be there for postgame.
Yeah.
And you could see if this was the pre, and this was what was happening during the game inside the stadium with security and everything, you do not want to be there for The Post.
Mikey Joe on the YouTube says, when Diddy busts out the baby oil. That's when it's time to go.
I think when the mirrored plates make their first appearance, that's time to go. Or if it's like after midnight and the music is still loud, you know the cops are getting called eventually. Right, especially if you live in like an HOA neighborhood where your old apartment complex, you get away with it, but in a neighborhood, the neighbors are calling the cops on you eventually.
Yeah.
682, if anyone busts out some off-colored powder, it's
That's
time.
what he's saying, the mirror.
It's time to break out of there.
By the way, does anybody know what the mirror is used for still? Is that still a thing? Peyton, do you know what we're talking about?
It's a level.
I mean, I know what drug you're talking about, but I don't know what you're talking about with the mirror. Yeah.
No, but that's it, right?
Okay.
Okay.
469.
Don't we have other flat things in life?
You have the mirror, you make sure you get it all.
469.
Especially with that schnoz you got.
469, when anyone jumps in the pool fully clothed. I don't know. I think that's a good
fun.
time. When the frat boys show up, says 214. 972, when beer pong comes out. No, you don't leave before beer pong comes out. Beer pong comes out.
I'm a big lull guy. I monitor lulls. I over-monitor it, I would say. When you feel like the gaps in the conversation or, there's gaps in fun and people are starting to stand around and look at each other like, okay, this is kind of getting lame. Here's another one, which I would always pull in college. When is the 2 a.m., when's the latest delivery closing? If I go to a wedding in Midlothian, on the drive out there, I'm looking up delivery. When's the pizza place is shutting down? Because I'm hitting the order and I want to sitting outside the door. This happened with in Oxnard as someone came back to the room and they're like, you got wings sitting outside your door.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yes. You would
time out that last delivery if you're going to be starving after the drinking.
Yeah, it had like just gotten dropped off too. For me, the sign was always, and it wasn't like, oh, this is about to get to a dangerous level, but it was like, this is about to not be fun, was whenever a girl goes into the bathroom like crying. Whenever I'm like, this is somebody's pissed off. This is about to take a turn where everybody's like, it's uncomfortable. Yeah. When that happens, it's time to get out before.
Now, look, no one's going to listen to anything we're saying. If you're in your 20s, just live it out. You want to be there for the chaos. We're giving old people advice.
You have to learn those things on your own. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what's your favorite snack to pair with a movie?
Got to go sweet and salty here. Now I took this as like going to a movie theater, not just sitting at home watching a movie, but going to the movie theater, it's popcorn and an icy. That's the minimum. Got to have a snack.
And an icy.
Got to have something got to have something salty and sweet.
An icy, like a freeze ice? Like
like frozen. Yep.
Most
Cherry
of the theaters have them.
Or raspberry's fine. Blue raspberry's great.
Okay.
I mean, popcorn's the go-to, but 100% I will have and have to have the Sour Patch Kids at every movie I go to.
It's my most controversial take. Microwavable popcorn is better than theater popcorn. It's not even close. Theater popcorn always tastes stale. There's that fake butter you're pouring over it.
Yeah.
It's not good. Also,
is the butter trick, is that a thing with the straw? You put the straw in the
where
middle
it's supposed to like
evenly distribuate, or is that just like
I don't know. I always
dirty joke.
I always just like circle the thing around and press the pump and do it. So no, I've always been, I don't know why, a Raisinets guy. I will not eat Raisinets any other time than in a movie theater.
I don't care about any candy whatsoever. Easy, obvious answer is popcorn. Yeah. Popcorn and a soda. I don't need any candy.
All right. We got time for one more really quickly because I think Choppy alone needs to answer this one. I was curious about him. Choppy, what's the skankiest item of clothing a man can wear?
A man?
Yeah, because I mean, I would think if anybody's going to know what...
That's perfect for him.
Gray sweats.
That is exactly what I was thinking.
I had those yesterday.
Well,
skanky?
I mean, I didn't notice.
Why are they skanky? Why are they? Are we talking about like you stink, you're dirty, or
you look good in that?
You're a
Sean.
freak. Thank you. Except going to pee.
My go-to move out of the shower is the basketball shorts without the underwear.
Generally, in the gray sweats, the outline shows a little bit more.
Man, guys wearing like tighty whities. I hate that. I can't stand it. I can't stand the thought of it. I can't stand the look of it. I can't stand the talk of it. That's skanky. All right, there it is. Ask Reddit every Tuesday, commercial-free Expressway. It's a special 8 o'clock appearance for Jerry Jones answering for the Lions beatdown next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, kids. Healthy QC Kinetics. Get you healthy.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Special time for Jerry Jones this Tolo Tuesday on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And Jerry Jones is brought to you every week by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Well, I'm pulling up to the plane, and we've got a Atlanta meeting today with the NFL, and I will go and get back sometime tonight. But it's probably a good time to be laying low and get out of town. could be dangerous. Could be dangerous out here.
How much were the birthday plans affected Sunday night?
Well, of course, it's asking too much to get more than probably is realistic, but I had visions of sugar plums. I really never thought that we couldn't move the ball on those guys, and that was quite an eye-opener. But let me tell you this, I've had a lot of birthdays, and but more than that, I've had many great days, and every time you have one of those, it'll take care of about a half a year's worth of bad days. And so I know this, the next time we have a win, which I hope it's 2 weeks from now, we're going to celebrate on this deal because those are hard to come by. When we get on the show Monday morning, I'm going to do some yucking it up because this just reminds you there's no giving when you walk out there.
Yes. Jerry, have you reassessed the gap? I know you were asked this after the game, but have you reassessed the gap between you guys and the top of the NFC?
Well, let's just put it like this. The gap that we're assessing is that one you saw out there the other day. And I think that tied the top score I've had against us since I've been involved with the Cowboys. And so that's the gap I'm looking at. I don't look at necessarily the rest of it. And that gap needs addressing. And we knew coming in we need to have a special plan. And we thought we had the plan in mind, and we didn't execute it and didn't play well enough to execute any plan. But again, the big thing is that when our fundamentals, what we're trying to do, we're trying to and counted on a pretty young offensive line to basically step up here this year and play at a level that, frankly, probably was higher than our the level we thought was a little more than could expect. On the other hand, these guys will get better. The places that would have concerned me the most are the places that we can get better across the board. We know our quarterback can have better days. We know our offensive line is getting better and will get better as we move against San Francisco. And we know that we can do some more work regarding our routes, regarding how we react when we're pushed. When we are pushed, just almost ran up somebody's butt here, and driving in the car to the airport here. But the bottom line is that the areas that we can basically improve in, we have the ability to improve in, and that would have made all the difference in the world out there the other day.
So do you
that's an answer to your question. That's an answer to your question about the gap.
Yeah.
The question is how can we step back up there and get in a spot to compete against a Detroit? If we can do that, then there's every reason to think, without totally reshuffling, which is impossible to do at this time of year, you don't. And but we have in place what I think can narrow that gap that we saw out there the other day.
So you still look at this as a championship level team with the expectations of winning a title this year?
I look at it as we played this Detroit team, which is one of the top teams in my mind. We play a top team in San Francisco. The record doesn't show that today, but they are one of the top teams. We played a top team in Baltimore. And so we know we went up to the task against those. We've got to get better. And we've got to get out here, and the idea that you're going to make up the difference when we were wounded defensively, that still doesn't mean that your backup shouldn't come in here and really play well enough to make a game and really potentially get the game. But the idea that if you underestimate what being wounded on one side of the ball or the other, the idea of having complementary, quote, ball is not really valid if you think you're going to go out there and let them run through you, or whatever your circumstances cause them to be able to run and play at will. Then that really doesn't work, that you'll make up for that on the other side of the ball. That's impacting the other side of the ball by the definition of complementary football. So we can do better as we get out and as we go down the road here of making adjustments relative to how each side of the ball are complementing each other.
Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, when you were out at Senior Bowl earlier this year, you had said that the top priority for you, the two things that you were most focused on improving, were your run game and your run defense. Why has there been so much statistical regression in two areas you were primarily?
There were a couple of others. Yeah, I thought there were a couple of others called really ponying up and getting Dak Prescott on a long-term contract, as I recall. And I thought getting C.D. Lamb signed was top priorities as well. And so that's a good definition of all in. Anybody want to argue with that? And so those guys certainly are a big part of the solution to where we are right now.
So why has that focus of the running game on offense and defense? Why do you think that's regressed so much?
Well, I think that it's a overall team aspect to it. But I would say our biggest problem out there yesterday or Sunday was that we got shoved around in the interior of the line, and we got thwarted with our run game. We got thwarted with our protection of Dak. Dak had to alter some of the things that his fundamentals, his steps, those type of things. Those aren't excuses. Those are what we saw when we've analyzed this thing over the last 2 days. And so we were disrupted. And but when you let one get away from you like that and get it going, and they had a good time at our expense out there, we've got to be better than that to be trite.
Jerry Jones here on the Fan. Jerry, I don't like to throw around, because I can't judge it on the field. I never played or coached. The word quit gets... You or anybody else can specifically judge it on the field. There's 1,000 people that have got all the answers. It's fundamentally they're different. Yeah.
They look at the same play. Bill Parcells has said, if you're on the different side of the ball, if you're a head coach, your defensive coordinator can bullshit you if that's not your side of the ball. So there's no given fact answer about how to handle all the moving parts. Now, this is the life we've chosen, and we got to be a lot better at handling all those moving parts than we were out there Sunday. That goes without saying. Totally unacceptable.
Jerry, was lack of prep or lack of effort a bigger issue Sunday?
Roll everything up and take some of each, all of the things that you do to get your team ready. And all of the teams, whether that be your classwork, whether that be your practice, roll all of it up. And they were able to expose in a negative way for us most of those things. You can have percentage improvement in all areas of putting a team on the football field, and you'll come up with a better result. We didn't play well. We made a lot of mistakes. We turned the ball over. We did all of the things that'll get you know what, really run out of the stadium, and that happened to us.
Jerry, you've made one in-season coaching change in your time here, and that was back in 2010. And I know the records are different. You were 1-7 versus 3.
I won't be making any others during the end of the season.
So what is different then about this year, the way the team is performing versus 2010?
We were 1-7 at that time, 1-7. And I think, as I recall, we'd gotten beat the week before for about the exact same score. We were on the road, but not at home. But about the exact score that we got beat Sunday, we got beat. And so I made the change, and we had one win. A little bit of difference here, man.
It is. What are your just overall thoughts, the pros and cons of in-season changes, as I'm sure you've weighed in the past?
They aren't good, and they usually are ineffective, and they just aren't good. And they've got to be, at that particular time, I did think it was the thing to do. I think it did produce a positive effect, but we'll never know, will we? Of what Wade. All Wade did was move over to Denver. He didn't become the head coach. He became the defensive coordinator, and was one of the few times in my 35 years in the NFL that I heard throughout the league that the one coach was responsible for them having the team, and that was Wade Phillips running the defense for Denver when they won the Super Bowl. Now, that was the coach I'd let go out of here just a few years earlier. So much for knee-jerking on 1-7.
Jerry, there's been a lot of talk about execution. I think you've mentioned it here already. If the execution has become a problem to the extent that you get losses like the ones against New Orleans and Detroit, why are those players still the right ones for your team?
Well, first of all, where are you going to go to get any players? Seriously, where are you going to go to get any players for the next week against San Francisco? Now, number one, I've seen these players. I've seen every one of them execute like you want the plays to be executed and do their job within the role. That didn't happen the other day, and we paid the consequences for us. But I've seen the players do it. I know we have outstanding personnel, very outstanding personnel. We just made our quarterback the highest paid player in the NFL. We've just topped the receiver list charts. So we made our bed relative to how we're going to approach with our key people with the team. We were shorthanded out there on defense, but everybody gets shorthanded. That's really not an excuse in the NFL. Your depth should step up there, and you should be able, if you can, to compensate to some degree. You can't compensate for the gap, so to speak, that we had between the way our offense played and the way we were supposed to play. Now, I want to give Detroit a lot of credit for that. They came after us and got after us, and they put guys on top of every offensive lineman you had, and they came at it and put the kind of pressure that gave Dak a lot of problems and gave our running game a lot of problems. We've got to be able to handle that.
Jerry, I think the counter back when you said where are you going to get the players, you can't get them this week is, and you're aware of all the off-season topics.
Yeah, but what is your counter? What is your damn counter?
My counter
I
is...
really want to know where you would go get it. Now, don't tell me about should gotten a guy in the off-season.
Why not?
This isn't a damn word argument just because I'm not arguing with you. I'm dealing with how we line up against San Francisco, not what I did wrong last week or last month or 2 months ago or 2 years ago. If I really gave you guys a list of all the things I've done wrong over the last few years, you couldn't be on this program for the next 5 years steady and go over it. But every now and then you do some right things, and at the end of the day you add it up, and the rights give you a better spot than the wrongs. But if you think for any minute right now, there'll be one Super Bowl champion. What do the others do wrong? There's one Super Bowl champion. Now, we want to be that champion. And I'm sure not throwing the towel in today because of what happened out there Sunday. But I'm not going to sit here and waste a lot of energy, a lot of time. Let's talk about what I should have done back in 1907 or 2017. Shit, Ben. Come on. I've got more time than that, and I actually don't even have time on this great show for looking back at decisions.
Okay. So, Jerry, 1970, a little different from this past off season in building the team we're talking about today, which there was a lot of criticism that you guys didn't add, didn't spend, and don't add and don't spend and are not aggressive enough with some of the problems that are still haunting the Cowboys today that we see play out on the field. That's the point of talking about the offseason.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners, and I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Jerry, are you worried about fan apathy setting in?
Well, I'm not worried about fan apathy. If you saw the letters and things I'm getting, that's the last thing from apathy. You're seeing very, very keen, intense passion about what we're not doing and concern about what we're doing. And that's the reason that I love this thing, is because you have that kind of passion. I love the passion. And there's nobody more passionate than our Dallas Cowboy fans. I'll assure you one thing, and I know you guys know it. I'm not afraid to make decisions. And I can live with anything that we're talking about as far as criticism about those decisions. What I'm going to worry about is whether those decisions can pan out in a positive way. You've got a lot of reasons why they don't. And you got a lot of teams up here looking around at some of the decisions they've made over the last few years. Just because everybody else is making bad decisions doesn't mean that justifies you making a bad decision.
You say you
so
don't.
We can go into this. I'm saying what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Okay.
You listen to what I'm saying.
Jerry, why are you getting so mad at us? We're just asking you why the blowouts are happening, the historical differences at home. We're just asking about it on behalf of the fans, and you're getting real ticked off and mad at us. We're just.
I'm not. Hey, can I tell you something, guys? I don't get mad at people that I can not be with if I don't want to be with. I don't get mad. You're asking me for a response, and I'm giving you a response. We got to play better, and we got to play better at specific points. No, there's no looking for stepping out here and bringing in 20 new players between now and the bye. That's not the way it works. But I like the players that we have. You go around this league and you will see a high recognition of the quality of players we've got. We should be able to not have happen to us Sunday with our players that we've got. Shouldn't have the highest paid quarterback in the NFL and not having have more production, but he's got to have blocking. He's got to have the routes run right. And the other thing he's got to do is it helps if he weren't playing somebody as strong as Detroit was Sunday. They were pretty strong. We hope we get a chance to show that those type of things I just mentioned works.
Jerry, did you have a problem with all the trick plays, pouring it on, the offensive lineman stuff that Detroit did?
That was a lot of fun that you're having. You can do that when you've got a lot of time. You can do some things defensively when you got your other team reeling. And I will tell you that they had a great time out there at our expense, and that's frustrating. So if you're asking me, was that fun or was it frustrating or was I aware of some of the plays, the trick plays? I think somebody said they ran the tackle eligible 4, 5, 6 times. Well, that's rare. And you can have a lot of fun running those plays, but it's symptomatic of something that we can correct.
Jerry, Tyler Guyton didn't start this past Sunday. It was Tyler Smith, even though there wasn't an injury designation for Guyton. Is Tyler Guyton still the left tackle for you guys?
Yes, he just wasn't ready to go. Now, that's a good question. That's a sound question, one that I can answer. Okay, that's got meat on the bone. He wasn't able to go. He thought he could be ready. We thought he might be able to ready as close as game time. He wasn't ready to go.
Jerry, running back wise, Rico seemed to have his best game of the year against the Giants, but Zeke ended up with more carries. Why was that?
Well, he had a good one against Pittsburgh, too. And
I'm sorry,
so
Pittsburgh.
I thought that, no, that's all right. Don't be sorry. We played the Giants in Pittsburgh. That's not a mistake. But the point is that Rico is a violent runner. We like him as a runner. His biggest negative has been it's hard for him to stay healthy. When he's healthy, we want him out there as much as we can. And we'd like to save Zeke as much as we can. Now, that wasn't why we just had 16 yards at some point in the third quarter the other day, at some point, late for that much yards. That wasn't why we had it done. We were actually being stifled in the fronts in our offensive line. And they did a good job of stopping that run. And certainly we thought we could throw the ball on them in their secondary, and they proved that that wasn't the case.
Jerry, how impactful is this game coming up against San Francisco going to be on the remainder of your season?
It's the 7th game on the schedule. This was an impactful game that we had out here Sunday. That'll be another impactful game. If you look at these teams that we're playing ahead, all of them are very capable of winning games in the NFL, capable of winning them against us. We're capable of winning against them.
I think we're all good, Jerry. Thank you for the time and have a good flight.
Guys. All right. Y'all have a good day.
Jerry Jones brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Please don't let me have the live commercial read next. Let's go ahead, get your mic back on chop, and react to everything from that right after this.
Yeah, we get you over to Zerez.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, that was interesting.
What happened? I blacked out.
Most memorable interview of our 14 years with Jerry Jones just then?
No, I think when he called you an idiot.
Oh, no. He was laughing, which I thought he was at the beginning of this interview. The Kaepernick one was huge. I think this is one.
There was one, the Kaepernick one, absolutely, and then the one at the end of the year, 2013, and we're not going to have that meeting now. You know, we'll have that meeting at some point. We're not going to have that meeting now. He'll occasionally get feisty, but he was sensy today.
Yeah.
He was sensitive. And that's what happens when you lose by 40.
I was going to say, when he does.
Which time?
That's right.
He does, he'll occasionally get feisty like that. When he does, that's indicative of it's not all as happy-go-lucky right now in terms of where this team's at as he's been presenting.
So look.
He's clearly frustrated.
Jerry started off, I thought this was going to be really pleasant, and he was going to have the Steven tone like yesterday in Steven going on KMC, and realizing I got to be a little bit of a punching bag today. I got to take it. And I thought he started off like that when he's like, I'm getting out of town. I'm going to the NFL meetings. I'm getting out of town. But I've learned with Jerry going on KMC when the season ends that sometimes, this is my theory, this is my opinion, sometimes he strategically times out when he wants to get all hype and bark and send a message to you listening that this is unacceptable and I'm pissed off and I'm gonna crack heads if I need to crack heads. I think that was his plan. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe he just got ticked off by the questioning. But Jerry Jones came across in that interview to me as just not being accountable. You know, or you want to talk about the mistake? Oh, life. You know, this whole life story and lesson of in the 1970s. You want to go back that far? And it's not applicable. Come on, man. We're talking about you all being tight, frugal, and inactive during the offseason. And you have lost the football battle with a bunch of couch potatoes in us and the fan base who said you weren't tough enough. You can't run the football. You're not going to be able to run the football, and you can't stop the run. That's what everyone said in the Metroplex, except for the big time homers. And Jerry disagreed with it. He didn't understand it. If you listen to his sit down with Stephen A., and he's taking the big, humongous L, and he doesn't want to own it. He doesn't want to own it. So I don't know whether he was threatening jobs or just saying, I'll go ahead and move showtimes. Because I was about to come back and say, Jerry Jones ain't on my check. Odyssey's on my check. Jerry Jones ain't on my check, but y'all think that was, I'll just move the showtime.
I think that was. I'll go on G-Bag at 3 o'clock today or next time. But I mean, look, they've done this. Okay, they've never paid. They're philosophically, they do not believe in paying outside the organization. They just don't do that.
But he wants to act like, and again, I told you he was going to take it to the Dak and Lamb deals. It wasn't enough. It wasn't good enough. That didn't count as all in enough. You still had tremendous holes, and you want us to give you this pass. And I told you this yesterday. They want to act like they are frozen. It's an NFL rule that freezes the Dallas Cowboys from making any other moves because they paid Dak and Lamb their money. Okay? Like, the Rams for years were like, the tweets, you can see the tweets every time the Eagles, the Rams, the Chiefs make moves. It's like, how are they doing this?
Yeah.
You're not frozen by the league. And if you were handcuffed by those deals, it's still your fault to have ineptitude in the other areas of the team that have you not close to the top of the NFC and getting stomped out in every meaningful matchup. That's still your fault.
It's still their fault. The Rams were always the perfect case. Kansas City, I don't know, because Kansas City moved on from Tyreek, but the Rams always signed everybody. F them picks.
Yeah.
They're going to sign everybody.
Philly a lot.
Philly a lot. The one thing the Rams were, and the Rams always were this, was they were a house of cards. So the one year that house stood up. They didn't get a lot of injuries. They won the Super Bowl. Every other year, they've got 1 or 2 injuries. There's no depth. And I understand the Cowboys' philosophy from that. And when you're going to pay $60 million to a quarterback and $35 million to a wide receiver and eventually $30 million or $35 million to Micah, you're going to be in the same boat. They just are. And it's something that you're going to have to get very lucky with the injuries. And there's been years where the Cowboys have been lucky with injuries. And they still fall flat. And it's disappointing.
I want to hear, you know what, we're gonna take calls and below the bell. I want to hear from the Tolos.
Below.
It is 105 through the fan. I want to get your reaction to the Jerry Jones interview. Bobby, are you nervous? Are you okay?
No.
You in it now, baby.
No.
You in it now with us.
I anticipated
yeah.
It was not going to go great today. The thing is, just to me, I 100% believe when he says he's not making a change. It sounds like they could get blown out 70-0 the next 4 weeks and he's not going to do it. But it sounds like in a way of just like, none of you are going to tell me what to do.
Yes.
And so it doesn't matter if I even think it's like
you guys are experts. And why don't you come to these meetings with me?
It feels like, and I understand this from his position, this thought process anyway. I still don't think it's correct.
Let's carry it over.
Okay.
Let's get Bobby's big takeaway. If you want to weigh in with Jerry Jones' reaction to us, you can do it at 877-881-1053. That's next right here on 105.3 The Fan. And let's talk about the...
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No. And RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Get ready for the greatest segment of Cowboys content this hour will feature, because it's my segment. That'll top Jerry or anything else. No, but it'll top it because we've got the Tolos here on the line to react to Jerry Jones and Below the Belt presented by #1 Air.
I think the best tweet of the day is from Jeremy Martin, who said, here comes Corey Majors, our guy.
Hey, what's up, Corey?
He's coming in with fist pumps right here. I cannot wait to talk to Corey and Crosstalk, fellow Jerry Jones interviewer right here. You might get both Jerry interviews now. You might get Tuesday and Friday with Jerry threatening.
Have fun with that one.
At 8 o'clock, Jeremy Martin said Jerry about to make more changes to the morning show than he did in the offseason. It's about to be the Bobby and Everybody show or Bobby and Nobody show. Y'all's reaction to what you heard at 8 on DFW Sports Station.
I have but one regret.
Okay.
When he said it's all not your job or whatever to do this.
Telling us what our job was. Like, don't
was.
talk to me about why we're getting destroyed by good teams.
We can't tell him about his job, but he can tell us about ours.
I should have palled him.
Oh, I don't think so.
I should have said it is our job, pal.
I don't know about that.
Because there's nothing. I should have done that. Think it back. I'm like, dang it!
I want to hear from the Tolos. Gary in New Mexico, start us off. Listening on the Odyssey app. Go ahead, Gary. What'd you think of that?
Hey, guys, way to stand up to him. I'm going to give y'all some history on Jerry Jones, okay?
Okay.
Jerry Jones is not even the best owner in the history of the Dallas Cowboys. Clint Murchison was. He's the guy that hired Tom Landry, Tex Schramm, and Gil Brandt, and then got out of the way and let them do their job. And their record speaks for itself and stands the test of time. Jerry Jones has done more for the NFL and the Los Angeles Rams than he has for the Dallas Cowboys franchise on the field. He's done nothing for the average Cowboy fan. He's a carnival barker. He's exactly what he was, what they said he was when he bought the team when I was in high school. And that's the bottom line, man. And since once Jimmy's team got old and got disbanded through free agency, they have not sniffed a Super Bowl. We've had Hall of Fame coaches. We've had Super Bowl winning coaches. We've had all-pro quarterbacks. We've had leading rushers. We've had top offenses, top defenses, first-round buys, home field advantage. None of it's worked because Jerry Jones can't get out of the way. He is the root of the problem, and until he changes, nothing's going to change.
Gary, strong call. Peyton, get ready to record what's happening all over television right now. As the Jerry quote, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something, and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job. They're about to react to this. Get ready to pipe that up. It depends on who's talking.
If it's Orlovsky, don't bother.
We'll see who it is. Oh, how is this getting reacted to across the rest of the country? The fan text. Would you say the fan text had more text during that than after the Steeler game?
We got more texts during Jerry's interview.
Look at Graziano's face.
we got more texts during that interview than we got.
Go to Marcus Spears. Pot it up.
I can't. Someone turned off the volume in there.
Someone turned off the volume. All right. Mike in Dallas. Mike, you are next up. Let's go to the Tolos right here on the fan. Go ahead, Mikey.
Fellas, Mike, we're sitting there, man. I loved it. I love hearing the pain in Jerry's voice. I love that. I'm a Cowboys fan, but Jerry, this is to you. Nobody likes you, man. You're not the leader. You're just in front. You're in the way. The other day when you asked the reporter, were you an idiot? No, man, you're not an idiot because that's an insult to idiot. Dude, do yourself and the Cowboy Nation a favor and get out of the way. You are killing the Cowboys, and you are a laughing stock. Nobody loves you. Nobody likes you. Nobody's cheering for you. Bro, the Cowboys are a laughing stock. You got an overpaid quarterback. You got an old, decrepit running game. Your defense and offensive coordinator and head coach are old and outdated, just like you. bro, you will never see another Super Bowl as long as you breathe and breath.
Mike in Dallas coming 2 for 2 with the strong calls here on the Fan. Deputy Hughes in Dallas is on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead.
Man, I'm glad, honestly, to hear Jerry Jones have some type of attitude. But the problem is the attitude is with the right person. Have an attitude with Mike McCarthy. Have an attitude with CeeDee Lamb. Have an attitude with other people besides you guys, because you guys are speaking for us. The problem is we're tired as a fan base. I'm not buying another jersey or going to another game until I see a difference. Jerry Jones, from all the fans, we are tired of the excuses, the lies and deceiving that you give us every year. All in to what? This not all in.
Great call, man. Man, Peyton, you picked the right calls with everyone lining these up right now. Let's fly through as many as possible. We should just do this every day for Below the Belt, brought to you by A#1 Air. Justin and Hazlitt. Justin, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Oh, in the words of CA on that clip, ooh, wee, that was awesome, guys. Way to stand your ground, do y'all's thing. You know, he got mad at the yahoos, as he said, on the other end of the phone, but what he needs to do is get mad at the person in the mirror. Look around, man. I was born in '85, raised a diehard fan, got to see the glory days and the Super Bowls, and I haven't been able to kick it since, like a bad ex-girlfriend. Man, the last 2 seasons, I have been watching from a distance, listening to y'all, watching the highlights, and more importantly, the lowlights, it seems, especially after last week, and just kind of, just staying away. But nothing's going to change because those sellout crowds, the jerseys, all the stuff. Jerry's made his money. He has his stories. He can argue whether it was Jimmy or him, but he can tell whatever story he wants, so he does not care about a championship. I have watched maybe a quarter and a half this whole season because I knew once he said all in and saw what that meant, what this season was going to be. Yeah, we signed Dak. That was cool. Yeah, we signed CD. That is what the fans wanted, but there was more to go around it, and he knows that. The fake rage to y'all, Come on, man. I just want to say, heck of a job, boys.
Thank you, man. We need to do a Fan Phenom 3.0 with some of these callers and some of these takes with the deliveries. Steve in Fort Worth, you're up next. Go ahead, Stevie.
Hey, Sean, you're never going to have to buy another beer. Cowboys Nation has you, man.
You know why I'm not going to buy? Because I ain't going to have a paycheck, according to Jerry, after that threat.
Nah, man. Hey, we got you. You said everything the Cowboys Nation wanted to say. This has been going on for decades. The entire world knew that our running game was trash. We re-signed Zeke, who doesn't have it anymore. Our interior defensive line is garbage. We don't address it. The same thing happened when we took the wide receiver by committee approach. Luckily, the Amari trade saved it, but there's no wide receiver coming through the door that's going to help this offense. This problem lies at Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones' feet. It's not going to change. It's not Romo's fault. It's not Dak's fault. It's not Dez or CD. It is the front office. Our team-building approach is trash, and until that changes, this is going to be what we get week in and week out. And just like the last caller, I'm not spending another penny, man. I've been a diehard fan since 1989. The first year I watched the Cowboys, they were 1-15. I've been doing this. My family's been doing this. We're sick of it, bro.
Yeah. Preach. Good call, Steve. Tolo Chris says a lot about Jerry when you make a statement like he did. Basically said, if you want to ask questions I don't want to hear, I'll just replace you with people who ask the questions I want to answer. Inside glimpse in how the Star and this organization works.
Yeah, I wonder what the pushback in that building is on something he really wants. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if he really wants it, he can do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, I'll defend because the caller mentioned the team building aspect is trash. That's hard to say. This team wins 12 games almost every year.
Yeah,
they don't have losing records unless their quarterback generally gets hurt. The team building aspect is not a problem. There's a problem organizationally. I believe with accountability. I believe there's a problem. They sometimes will fall in love with their own players a little bit too much.
But why isn't there a problem with team building? Because that's
because they won 12 games.
But they're definitely not. They're not that close to the Super Bowl,
and they don't take advantage of every possible avenue to strengthen the roster.
Right.
That was the whole thing that got him mad.
I do believe that part of they were slow on the new NFL. They still wanted to be a run first team. When everybody else was becoming a pass first team, they were slow.
All right, so look, normally try to be radio, technically sound. Next segment, I don't know what we're going to do next. We can either do around the NFL, college football kicker, but the phones are lit up. If all the phone calls were as good as the ones just then, I want to keep taking phone calls. We'll see where it goes. Final hour. Sean and RJ, Tolo Tuesday, 877-881-1053. Stay with us right here. Next, while you can.
Yeah, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a...
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I want to make an announcement. I am not going to be absent on Thursday and Friday because Jerry Jones suspended or fired me. All right? When I'm missing, it's because I'm getting my balls cut by someone else, not Jerry.
Yeah, you're getting something else suspended.
Vasectomy scheduled for tomorrow after the show. So me not being here Thursday and Friday is not Jerry Jones threatening to get rid of us or move show times. It was pre-planned because of the bye week.
Pre-planned.
So I'm just announcing that right now.
Similarly with chopping next Monday and Tuesday. Those are planned off days.
Well, that is because I'm going to win the lottery on Saturday.
Now I don't have any planned off days. So if you happen to tune in at 6 a.m. and I'm not here, that also doesn't mean Jerry got me. It means I didn't wake up on time.
Okay, there
That's
it is.
what that is.
All right, so that is the subject that has taken over the program. Pepe, did you text me the cuts or not yet?
Not yet. I'm still getting on them.
Do you have them? Or is there one to play or not?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Okay, 877-881-1053. For those that missed it, some people inside the Ford Center at the Star missed it, and they want to hear it, apparently. 877-881-1053. We'll give you just a little glimpse, and then we'll try to knock out around the rest of the NFL, college football, kegger, crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece with Mikey Bassick walking back into the building from Italy. Jerry Jones was on one exactly 1 hour ago. Do you have something, Pepe, or not yet?
Yes, I do.
All right, let's play a little clip of Jerry getting heated.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point? What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
You know the sad thing I hear in that answer, the really sad thing, the standard of the Dallas Cowboys in that answer has been lowered. It really is. There's the whole, what about all the good? What about all the good? What about all the good? You know what You know what organizations like the New York Yankees and the Los Angeles Lakers say back to that? Your good wasn't good enough. It's championship or bust around here. That's what the star is supposed to stand for. That's what the pinstripes are supposed to stand for. That's what the purple and gold, that's what Alabama, that's what the Texas Longhorns are supposed to stand for. So you want a parade and you want cookies and you want celebration and pats on the back for 12-win seasons? It ain't good. It's not supposed to be good enough. That's unfortunate in what I heard in that answer. The standard, Tom Landry's standard is not the standard. The 90s standard is not the standard anymore. That's what I heard in that. Well, what about this? And what? Who cares? Who cares? You can't sniff the NFC title game. Who cares about your regular seasons? Who cares about the team? People don't care anymore. People don't give a S about the ratings and the attendance and the merchandise and the memorabilia. That's what you don't get.
And you know what?
That's what you don't get.
The standard shouldn't be that anymore because they haven't done anything in 25 years. And the Yankees haven't been to a World Series in 15 years. It shouldn't be championship or bust. What your standards,
I guarantee you, though,
to change over time.
No, they don't.
They should.
Whose standards? The team or us? George Stein.
Us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
Our standards.
Because you know this. If George Steinbrenner's ass was alive,
well, they'd have had Cash would have been fired, Boone would have been fired, and they'd all been fired.
His standard would not have changed. I see what you're saying about us.
Our standard, our expectations as fans, when it's been 30 years, need to change. And Yankee fans' expectations need to change.
No, okay, an expectation, but I think expectations and the standard for this is what you need to achieve in order to be successful. Expectations and standards are not the same thing, I don't think. I can expect that you're not going to meet the standard, but the standard is the standard for what this organization's supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
But it isn't.
And he's like...
Right, that's an expectation thing. A standard, though, is this is it. You're the Dallas Cowboys, the Lakers, the Celtics, the Yankees. Those teams, the expectation is something completely different from what is the standard. Even when the Celtics were winning 12 games and they were an awful roster in the late 90s, it didn't matter. Like, your standard is still titles because that's what you've built. The expectation, you're not going to hit it, but this is the standard, and that's why everybody's so upset with you.
But he wants the credit for the regular season stuff, playoff bursts. What are we supposed to be happy about? Should we redefine the standard? Should we redefine the standard of what the Dallas Cowboys are supposed to be? That's a question now.
Charles Robinson from Yahoo just tweeted, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has to stop framing failure through his favorite narrative of everyone thought I was dumb and an idiot for buying the team. Look how it turned out. Acing tests from 1989 to 1996 isn't an adequate explanation for failing many over the next 30 years.
Thank you. The 90s are done, man. No one cares. It's in the past. We get made fun of for talking about the 90s. It's done. No one cares. Congrats. That was a past football life. That was in the past. Harrison and Mesquite. Start us off, Harrison. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, I'm sorry, fellas, but I agree with Jerry Jones. Absolutely, man. These players are different. They don't have the passion Aikman and Emmett and Michael had. They don't even have half of the passion. The offensive line playing terrible. If you guys watching the game, Zach Martin, it's not an offensive line performing up to NFL standards on our team. You can't run the ball. I don't give a damn if we had Derrick Henry back there. You're not going to run the ball. Dak was on his back. Everybody would have been crying if Jerry wouldn't have paid Dak. He paid him. He was going to get paid. And the offense has changed. The offense is not the same anymore. Get on McCarthy. That's his responsibility. It's no motion in the offense. When we get against motion teams, it confuses our defense. Our offense is so simple. Look at the red zone. Those are high school plays. Hell, they more creative in DeSoto. Come on, man. Blame the right people. It's the player's fault. It's not the owner. Jerry don't tackle. He don't throw. He don't run the ball. Man, come on, man.
Harrison, let me ask you a question, and I agree with a lot of your points. How many years do all your points apply to this football team? The same team has been what for how many years? 2, 3, 4? Wouldn't you say that? Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
You've been saying the same.
Yeah.
So if it's been the same thing, Harrison, over the past 2, 3, 4 years, doesn't that fall on the general manager or an owner to change it and alter it?
But Sean, he has. He went out and got Dion. He went out and got T.O.
That was 30 years ago.
30 years ago, brother. That was 30 years ago.
He hadn't got anybody since
Okay, let me
Brandon
ask you this
Carr.
here. Who was the top player going to change and make a difference on Dallas this year? Who could have got?
Derrick Henry?
Who could
Could Derrick Henry help?
The offensive line is terrible.
Okay.
They know that.
Okay, well,
They know that.
well, okay, so then we shouldn't give
Man,
any.
watch football, guys.
They're probably
Watch the
3-3
game.
with Derrick Henry still. I agree. They're probably 3-3.
Man, watch the game. I'm telling you, the offensive line is horrible.
And who put the offensive line together?
Hey,
who chose to draft a rookie center who had never played the position? Who chose to throw out a rookie left tackle? Who chose those things?
Who could they afford to place it? It is a salary cap, guys. Mahomes is going through the same thing right now. But guess what? He's a different kind of quarterback. His offensive line is not the same.
Harrison, I agree with a lot of your team points, but I like that you're taking the opposite approach, defending Jerry.
Listen, yes, he's right. There is a salary cap. You got to worry. You're not just looking at the salary cap for this year. You're looking at it for subsequent years down the road. And didn't Nick Eatman say they're already like $25 million over for next year?
It's rollover money. Yeah.
It's rollover money they need. I get it, right? You cannot, as an organization in the NFL, go all in every year and try to win. You have to take retool years, and you've got to take it on the chin every now and then with your cap. And part of that is when you pay $60 million to a quarterback and $35 to a wide receiver. That's $90 million out of $250 million. And then when you pay Micah, it's going to be half your cap on three guys. That's a problem.
You have to make a decision if we want to go down that road.
Exactly.
And they waited too long to make a decision on their quarterback and what he is.
My biggest problem with their view on team building is they refuse to. They would not have done what the Chiefs did with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
The smart thing, if you want to break it all down to team building, the smart thing to do would have been either to sign Dak to his money and then and then trade Micah or trade CD for 2 first-round picks before that you signed him. You had to do that with one of those guys, and they might do that with Micah.
Mike and
That's a smart team building thing.
We have breaking news: a blockbuster in the NFL with a trade. We'll get to that in a second. Mike in Dallas, you are up here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas, thank you for taking me. Real quick, Harrison, I disagree with you 100%. It is a Jerry Jones problem. We have a talent acquisition problem. Maybe Mike McCarthy could use his antiquated offense if there was some talent surrounded Dak. You don't have to be overly creative when you have monsters on your team. So with that being said, we can argue that Mike McCarthy needs to evolve into what the NFL has become offensively, or Mike Zimmer needs to evolve in what the NFL has become defensively. But the fact of the matter is when you have a bunch of C pluses on the field, it doesn't make a difference what you're doing when you're playing people who have a bunch of B pluses and A minus. Thanks, fellas.
Good call, Mike. Let's get to Cody in Kentucky. Yep. Cody, listening, where my godsons, Vanderbilt Commodores, went in and got another W. Cody, you're live on the home of the Cowboys.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Real quick, I just wanted to say to the guys that hate your quarterback, if he had 500 yards and 5 touchdowns, congratulations, you still lose by 3. And after hearing Jerry Jones talk for a second, I just wanted to say as a 29-year-old Cowboy fan who is more in common with the Jets, Titans, Jags, and now the Lions, I haven't seen this team win anything. I've embarrassment and disappointment when I wear the star. And with that being said, I just wanted to say happy birthday, Jerry.
Thanks for the call. Other things that jumped out from the interview, Bob is keeping track of Twitter right now, just blowing up. Fundamentals, that was something that either McCarthy gave that to them or they just decided in their meeting, we need to come out and say fundamentals are not there. He did admit that their expectations on the offensive line were too high. He's like, what do you want me to do right now? We can't go out and reshuffle. Like, again,
there's nobody,
they have now changed things, though, to make you think, like, you cannot make any... It was just, you can't make off-season moves. Well, now you can't make any in-season moves.
That's interesting, because I don't think the trade deadline's happened yet.
Maybe he's flying to the owners' meetings right now to cancel the trade deadline. Maybe that's going to be breaking news, like this trade we got. There's no more trades in the NFL in season.
He's a few minutes late. What just happened?
Yeah, that's right. Anything else jump out? Left tackle? Is that going to be Guyton? And what about his Zeke Rico explanation?
Yeah, no, that he made it sound like that was Guyton. That it was Guyton is the guy there. He said, that was just a health issue, but that he's still their left tackle. So that doesn't sound like it's anything, going into the future that will be an issue. The Zeke Rico thing, I'll be 100% honest, Sean. I was distracted, did not even hear what he said about Zeke and Rico.
Out?
That was the one answer where I was like, what the hell? I was very busy trying to think about what are we asking next and who's texting me right now? And so the Zeke Rico answer, I didn't even hear what he said.
All right. Hey, I get it. Happens to us all the time. All right. Should Jerry and Steven have made this move? Devontae Adams has been dealt. The breaking trade news is next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up with that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV, PlatinumFord.com, right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. Worth the short drive to save a lot more. I went out there yesterday, saw Adam Vinci. Adam's at Tolo. He's a good friend of mine. Just wanted
Hi, I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We have breaking news on 105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Davante Adams is going to the New York Jets. Adam Schefter says a trade being finalized, expected to get done today. It will be for a conditional third-round pick that can become a second. So a third that can become a second, according to Schefter.
I want to say that's what we said it would be. I think it was that. I definitely know we're talking about conditional for Cooper, but it started with a third for Adams, and I think we did talk about it as a conditional second. So once again, nailing the trade market.
I do. I nail it. Don't take credit for that.
You nail it. When Jerry says you nail it.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so what do we think of this? Number one, would you have wanted the Cowboys? There's a new rule, according to Jerry, in the NFL. They're not allowed to make trades and moves. All right, once you sign two guys to max extensions, you're not allowed to add to your football team. Jerry Jones tried to make that point. I'm 3/4 joking 1 hour ago. But Chop, third that can turn into a second for the Cowboys. Are you jealous of the compensation?
No. I don't think that they're a receiver away from that. That's not their problem. Their problem is on the defensive side of the ball. Their problem is on the offensive line. I mean, they could use help at the receiver position. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Tolbert has not been awful. There's been games where he's been okay. Okay, not awful. I mean, yeah, they could have used him, but I think this team is too far away to give up resources on somebody on the wrong side of 30. It's apparent right now that they're not a Davante Adams away from being able to turn this thing around. There's too many holes. That draft capital, that is,
That's precious for us.
We saw it rear its ugly head last year in this draft. I'm sorry. How many fourth-round running backs or fifth-round running backs are we seeing right now? Just like, he had a good game, that they could have used. So I would say no. It hurts to say no, but I would say no.
Yeah, I mean, Davante Adams will be happy here for 10 months, and then he'll want to trade somewhere else too, wherever Derek Carr has ended up at that point. No, I look, at this point, I'm all about, with this team, I'm not about adding players and removing draft capital. I'm about removing players and adding draft capital. Like I think right now you should be looking at who is worthy of trading on your team so that you can build.
Yep.
Because they clearly need resources. Are you more sold that the Cowboys should sell than you were the Rangers should sell? And you ended up being right about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for me. Like it's I view them as being in the exact same position.
Yeah, I got a comparison that we'll use. That maybe we'll do sometime this week, right? I think that they're at a fork. They're at a
the
weird,
Cowboys.
Yeah. They
Now this has to lead to another contract, right? With Devontae?
So he has no guarantee. They can either work something out, they can work out an extension, do some sort of adjustment, which, depending on how long Aaron Rodgers plans to be there, I assume will factor in, or they can just cut him at the end of the season because there's no guaranteed money behind it. So it just depends on what the Jets want to do. The Jets can either do that, or they can go ahead and enter into some sort of negotiation. I would imagine Rodgers is there for another year. That's what he seems to be talking like. So maybe they come to some sort of adjusted contract here in the next week where he's here for another year.
Does this reek of Jets desperation? Last night they lose to Buffalo on Monday Night Football. Does this reek of it?
Yeah. Diana Rusidi says Devontae Adams is already in the Jets building. Like he's already arrived.
What?
Which means
He's just been in there? He's
just been hanging around.
So when did this happen then? I mean, he obviously had to know this was taking place, unless he was just in New York on his own.
This is where he, this is the exact place he wanted to go. So if he was just removing himself from the Raiders, I can imagine he's just camping out in New York, like waiting for it. You guys get it done.
Yeah, I'm not real jealous. Man, I've really soured on Devontae as a person too. Yeah. And I knew nothing about his personality in Green Bay. That's what's crazy. And then the Netflix show. I think it exposed him a little bit. And then choosing to go to a crappy quarterback situation exposed his personality as well. I still think he can be a stud. My third and final Jets question, and I'm happy to get him back on my fantasy field, please, versus these fake hamstrings. Will this move, overreaction or not, RJ, will this move get the Jets in the playoffs? Belichick last night said they overreacted. They fired Saleh too quickly. Really good defense. They're not that far away. They lose to Buffalo by a few points.
They're not bad.
They're not bad.
They've got a good running game. They've got two really, really solid receivers.
Yes.
Rodgers is I think he's a better than league average quarterback. He's not elite anymore, but
because you can make the argument
they can protect him.
Not you could make the argument. It is fact, I think, the Jets or Buffalo will win the AFC East.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure. And the Jets, if they had won that game, they would have had like a 50% chance of winning the East. Now it's down to like 15%.
I think at 2-4 wild card, Bobby, you looking at that too? The Steelers are the first wild card. Then you got the Chargers at 3-2. The Colts are 3-3. And then I'll get you teams under 500.
So, yeah, if you look at
and Tua's coming back, apparently.
NFL.com has the playoff picture. They updated starting in week 1. But right now, just on the outside of the playoffs, it's the Broncos at the first spot, then the Dolphins.
Oh, my.
Then the Jets.
Oh.
But what's interesting is they have playoff probabilities on there. The Broncos are 41%. The Dolphins are 12%. The Jets are 55% to make the playoffs on the outside right now.
The Jets' problem, I mean, that Broncos loss, I mean, that could rear its ugly head because it's a head-to-head situation.
They've got the Jets with a better chance. They have them as the 7th best odds to make the playoffs in the AFC right now. So they've got them as the playoff team because the Colts, they have it only 36%.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, let's just say they made the playoffs. It's a good roster. I mean, do you really want to see Aaron Rodgers in the playoff? If they're the 7th seed, they would be the 7th seed.
It depends how he looks. Like, he's not blowing me away. He's not dead.
No.
But he's not blowing me away. I predict they're going to make it as a wild card.
Yeah, I predict they'll make it as the 7th seed. And then whoever the 2 seed is, you're going to be favored heavily. But, I mean, do you want that mind opposite you?
All right, before we welcome back Mike Bassett, Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece, RJ Choppy with other NFL overreactions or not.
All right, here we go. Every NFC North team is 4-2 or better. All 4 will make the playoffs.
When's the last time that's happened?
We thought the AFC West was going to do it.
No, it's so. When did they go to the 7th team? That was
2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, so no, that's not happened.
It's never happened.
There wouldn't have been an opportunity. So it's an overreaction. I mean, there's a great opportunity, but eventually they're going to start beating each other up a little bit, and then that's going to reduce. It's just really statistically improbable. So overreaction.
I'll just trust Bobby's math.
Yeah, there you go. I think it's probably an overreaction. Detroit needs to make...
I know I need to take back what I said that the NFC East could be the best division in football. I'll take that back right now.
Detroit needs to make a trade for a Aiden Hutchinson replacement in order to reach the Super Bowl.
Overreaction. I mean, they have really no pass rush right now. But what they do have is they have a lot of guys in the secondary who will take the ball away. They've got
what is going on YouTube and Twitch? Just the comments.
It was just updating real quick. Yeah, it was refreshing.
Oh, this is flying. This is nuts. I agree with Bobby. Overreaction. Detroit can still make it without Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think they need to make a trade. I mean, I think they can make it without him, but I do think they'll make a move.
By the way, Dan Campbell anticipates 4 to 6 months for Hutchinson. I would never count him out. Didn't I say yesterday in the meeting it was like 6 to 8?
Yeah, the
Schefter or someone said that?
Schefter said it was 6 to 8. Campbell's like, it's Hutch. It's 4 to 6 for him.
Entering week 6, Hutchinson led the NFL in sacks, pressures, and pass rush win rate.
Now, 3 of those sacks were all in one game. They were in that. They were all in one quarter.
Yeah, I mean, he played really well that game, but he's been consistently generating pass rush. He's been a monster.
All right, next one. Cowboys. And we can throw the Niners in there, too, because they're not starting off like gangbusters. Have missed their Super Bowl window.
The Cowboys? Who'd you say? I'm sorry?
Cowboys and Niners have missed their Super Bowl window.
Overreaction on the Niners. Cowboys, their window's over.
Oof.
Should your window be over with your quarterback?
Yeah, because you're going to have to tear down and rebuild a lot of the core, just from where you're at right now.
But they're going to have Diggs, Dak, Micah, Lamb, and two young offensive linemen.
I don't think they're going to have Diggs into the next 2 years. I think he gets moved eventually.
He gets moved?
Yeah.
You mean like
I think he gets traded or is a cap casualty.
Trayvon Diggs?
Yes.
Oh, where are you coming with this opinion from? This is like a hot. This is a strong opinion.
We've talked about this.
No, you've kind of said like, maybe they'll have a decision. They'll pick Bland over him.
They're going to have to pick one of them, and I think they'll pick Bland.
All right, the way you were saying, I was like, are they unhappy with him?
No, just like
turmoil,
just
trade?
just like they're going to have to pick
because they don't trade guys like that.
No, it would either be
except for Amari.
It would be a move on from Bland or don't extend him, or sign Bland and then move Diggs' contract because you can't have that much money in the corner room. So it's not an unhappiness with Bland. It's just picking Bland.
Yeah, and from a window standpoint, I mean, Romo, there was 2 windows in Romo's career, right? There was the 07 to 09 window and then the 2014 to 16 window.
Overreaction because you included San Fran in it.
If it was just Cowboys, you would say?
Yeah, I mean, how are we defining window? I don't know.
Like
3?
Like Bobby's like, tear it down, yeah. Like, do you have
I don't think they are going to tear it down. You think they have to.
So I guess I view it a little different. So when the Mavericks won the NBA Finals in 2011, it was a completely different team outside of Dirk and Jet from 06.
For the most part,
so to me, I don't view that as the same team. So that's what I mean is like, I think this collection of guys that have been here for 12 and 5, this 75% of the roster composition is going to look different. They're going to have to turn it over, and it's going to be a couple core guys.
Overreaction or not, the next head coach to be fired will be from the NFC East. So Sirianni, Daboll, McCarthy.
Wait, after Peterson or just the next one?
Period.
Oh, then it's an overreaction. Doug Peterson's getting fired, I would bet, in the next 2 weeks.
Listen to this guy have to sit there and get scolded like the morning show from Jerry Jones. Listen to Sirianni yesterday.
I was trying to bring energy yesterday, enthusiasm yesterday. And I'm sorry and disappointed on how my energy was directed at the end of the game. And, my energy should be all in on coaching, motivating, right, and celebrating with our guys. And so, that's, and I got to have better wisdom and discernment of when to use that energy, and that wasn't the time.
Woo! Who got lit up more, McCarthy by Jerry or Sirianni by Lurie?
Sirianni, definitely, because they've talked to him about this.
Yeah.
And he did it again.
I'm sorry. No, you weren't. You stupid little smirk. Your little sarcastic smirk. You ain't sorry about nothing. You just got told. Let's replay another clip from Jerry Jones going national this morning with us. That's next. We'll play it for KMC right here on 105.3 The Fan with Mike Bassick's return. If you're often feeling tired,
Uber Eats has a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the return of Mikey Bassick back from Italy here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have Corey Majors on DFW Sports Station. Mike, I don't know whether you heard.
Buongiorno! Buongiorno!
Ciao.
Attenzione! Attenzione!
More on that in just a second.
Wait, what's happening?
Jerry Jones was on this morning at 8, not 8:30. He was on at 8. He has, I think Bobby has not taken his head off the computer screen.
Bobby's having one.
With all the headlines, all the articles. Here's part of Jerry's fiery back and forth with us from today.
We can go into this. I'm saying what I'm saying. Don't tell me what I'm saying.
Okay.
You listen to what I'm saying.
Jerry, why are you getting so mad at us? We're just asking you why the blowouts are happening, the historical differences at home. We're just asking about it on behalf of the fans, and you're getting real ticked off and mad at us. We're just
I'm not. Hey, can I tell you something, guys? I don't get mad at people that I can not be with if I don't want to be with. I don't get mad. You're asking me for a response, and I'm giving you a response. We got to play better, and we got to play better at specific points. No, there's no looking for stepping out here and bringing in 20 new players between now and the bye. That's not the way it works.
Corey Majors, you've been doing this for a long time. I am dying to get your Jerry interview reaction.
That part right there was the most real part of the whole interview. for him about what's wrong with the Cowboys. They're not very good. They need to be better at it, and they aren't going to make any decisions to go change it. That was what y'all were asking him, essentially, the whole time. Just answer the questions this way. And he refused to do it the entire time. He's a wounded dog right now because they got their asses kicked right in front of him on his birthday. And so he's upset, and he's lashing out at anything that's coming to try and help him out. The other part of it is I did ask him 2 weeks ago, and I asked Steven this yesterday, hey, when is the right time to go raise hell about something? And I asked Steven about this yesterday, and I said, when do you go be a real son of a bitch?
Yeah.
And Jerry said, if I think that I need to be a real son of the word you just said, because he wouldn't say that for some reason. He said, if I think that I need to do that, I will. I do wonder if right now he feels like he has to be lashing out at everybody, or if that's just a natural instinct. If I'm tired of y'all talking about this crap that I did in the offseason, I'm focused on what we're trying to do right now.
Help me out, because I just came back. I have an issue.
Yeah.
They
lost on Sunday.
I was having to deal with miles per hour to kilometers per hour. I was having to deal with United States dollars to euros. Help me out here, because on my phone it said Lions 47, Cowboys 9.
Yeah.
So give me the conversion rate. I understand that they lost. I get that.
Nine's actually more in Italy, Mike. Yeah.
So I was just making sure. What was the score in the United States? So I get this right.
It's about 34-3 because it's like 110 km/8 kilometers per hour is like.
Because there's no way
hour,
they
right?
gave up 47. Right?
Yeah.
In American points.
Yeah.
So I've been debating with Bobby at every commercial break. I think a lot of that was pre-planned. I think he's done it with KMC. That's where I've learned the lesson. He wants to pop off. He'll plan this every so often. He wants the fans to think that he is just as furious as you are. He's not going to take it, and this is my attitude, and this is my aggression. Bobby thinks he just snapped.
Yeah, he lost his cool. His cool generally carries him through. He generally doesn't lose his cool, but he went in with I believe probably I'm gonna pop off because the fans love
how does that look though usually?
Oh, it looks terrible. But but you know what it does? It looks good when the coach is at the podium and he pops off at the media because now it becomes an us versus them. And the fans generally hate the media. But there was nothing that we said that was contentious that should have brought him to that.
A calculated move. If it was a calculated move where he wanted to come in here and get the fans on his side with anger, a calculated move would have been, man, I'm so mad. I'm holding so many people accountable this week. Or even if it was lashing out at us, it would be, man, you guys distract so much from our efforts to win anyway. Just the things that you guys want to focus on. We're worried about ball. That's what he would worry about. Snapping sounds like, don't talk to me about the things that I've done. I don't have to answer to anyone.
Yeah.
This is a universal. Jerry's not dumb. Like, Jerry could have soberly looked at this. You could have explained the situation to him, and he could have predicted this is going to be bad PR. And this is the last thing I think he would have wanted. This is a legitimate he snapped, I think.
Mike, did you hear the threat? Did you hear him threaten us?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was he started like name calling. It was personal.
Yahoos.
It was personal. It was insulting with his tone of, you're not allowed to ask me, as if he like hands us the pieces of paper and you're going off script. It was insulting, and then it was threatening as well. Personal, insulting, threatening, and a lot of people are reacting to it. Go to ESPN Live real quick. Let's see what Stephen A. and Marcus Spears have to say.
We sit here today hearing a feisty Jerry Jones. I mean, this is probably the least surprising thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, y'all want me to go
Go
first?
ahead.
Oh, yeah,
Of course we
please. Please. Listen. I love Jerry Jones. I mean, I troll the Cowboys and the whole bit, and we know that, but I've got a personal relationship with the man. I got a lot of love for him. He has not done a good job. What he did this offseason has proven to be a dereliction of duty. You know you got to sign Dak Prescott. You know you got to sign CeeDee Lamb. We've heard that you're going to sign.
All right, he's going to go into all the moves. We don't have time for all that. Mikey, I want to hear about Italy. Yeah. Was it everything you dreamed of and more?
It was really cool. It's It's a long way to get over there. I will say
First class?
So I guess there's no such thing as first class. I'm learning these things. There's business class.
You're about
right?
to learn it too.
So there's
Listen how
business.
Marxist he sounds. No such thing as first class.
So there's business class, which we did fly going over there. We flew to Paris and then from Paris to Rome. We did have a direct flight back from Rome yesterday, but we left Rome at 10:10 a.m., which is 3:10 a.m. here. And then we got back at 3 o'clock p.m. So it's about a 12-hour flight direct. And we sat regular coming back. I'll never do that the rest of my life.
Bad?
I will never sit coach the rest of my life on a 12-hour. So if I go over to Europe again, which I'd like to, I will never fly coach again. I can't do it. They don't make the seats for 200. Right now I'm 225. I need to lose some weight.
Fat.
6'2", 225. They don't make those for 6 foot, 190 people.
No.
They make those seats for 5'7", 125 pound people. They can physically handle that seat. Anything over 5'7" and 125, you can't physically handle being in that seat that long. So it does cost about $3,000 more per ticket. My wife was telling me to fly business class, but I will pay $10,000 to not do that ever again.
You know,
That's how much but I did really like it, and I did think of you, Choppy. We took a cooking class one night, which was really fun, and then you get to eat the food. So learn how to make pasta, which it's not like the hardest thing in the world to make. But when they were cooking the marinara sauce, this is in Tuscany. We were in the town of Cortona. So they say, we only use one onion and saute that one onion in olive oil to start. We do not mix onion and garlic. That is a no-no here.
Right.
But
That's what my grandmother doesn't do.
People were asking, and they said the reason it's a no-no here is we're in our backyard picking our onions, picking our garlic. So if we want to make something garlic, we use garlic. It's a very potent flavor here, more potent than in the United States, where you're getting supermarket onions, which are fine. They're not bad, but because their flavors are so strong there, because they're literally growing them somewhat in their backyard, when they mix an onion and garlic together, they don't like the way that comes together. Here, it's, to me, amazing, onion and garlic together. But I thought of you when they were teaching us here, we do not mix onion and garlic. If we want to use something, you do use garlic, but we're just using the garlic. We're not mixing onion with it and vice versa. So I thought of you in that moment.
I always wonder why, because my grandmother never used garlic ever in her when she made her sauce. She only used onion, and that has to be the reason, because that's how she learned. That has to be it.
Yeah. Did she come from Italy?
As a little girl, but her parents.
But her parents probably taught her mom or grandma taught. So,
Did the food blow your mind? Pizza, the wine.
It was better.
Okay.
But blow my mind, I would say that's tough. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it today. I think I might be able to, and Mike likes it. We did a tasting menu place, and I taught my wife what the golden sombrero is.
Oh, I know that move.
Which, 0 for 4 with 4 Ks.
Yeah.
We had an amazing time, but that night was our most favorite night because we did everything wrong you could possibly do at a 5-star Michelin restaurant. We tried to get out of it. I'll just say this. We tried to get out of it because we had an unbelievable lunch right outside of the Coliseum. And we were like, we're not really that hungry. And this is going to be a very expensive meal. But they said you had to cancel 48 hours in advance. Sue tried to do a loophole. But at 7:15 p.m., and we're about a 12-minute walk away from this restaurant, they're like, you're going to get charged 360 euros, which is about $460, even though you canceled. You're getting charged $460. So we're like, well, we're going. And we weren't walking distance back to the hotel to change clothes. And so we probably weren't. I know now we weren't supposed to be wearing what we were supposed to be wearing. But we walked in and they looked at us like, oh, the trash has come in. And they probably had the right to not serve us. But we were like, you guys made us come here because you guys were going to charge us 360 euro if we didn't show up. So we did show up. But from that point, we couldn't have been a worse couple to serve.
Do you think the LA Coliseum is better than the Roman?
I've never been to the LA Coliseum. I've been to Oakland Coliseum.
How about Oakland Coliseum?
Oakland Coliseum, I would say, is smaller and obviously more up to date. But seeing the Coliseum, the Roman Coliseum, that was really cool. I wish we had more time in Rome. We only had a day and a half. We stayed mostly in, I say, Tuscany, which is like Siena, Florence. We stayed in Cortona. Tuscany was more of country, and Rome, obviously, like New York City. So there's definitely differences, and I would want to go back to Italy. I would say this. It would be something I would recommend, but I would recommend if you have the money and you're over 5'7" and you're over 130 pounds, you probably have to fly something preferred or business class. I would say it is going to be one of the most miserable experiences of your life to sit in that little of a seat for 12 hours.
Mikey Bassick is back alongside Corey Majors. The KNC Masterpiece is next, and hopefully we're back tomorrow if Jerry Jones has anything to say about it on The Fan.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and RJ anytime you want on our Odyssey app. Check it out if you dare.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It was right out of an old-time Hollywood movie script. An internationally famous tennis champion marries a random fan who asked her for a selfie in New York Central Park. Garbine Muguruza, the Venezuelan Spanish two-time Grand Slam winner and former world number one, recently tied the knot with fashion model Arthur Borges. Now that's what I call a love-all score. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or diabetes, you're at higher risk of being hospitalized from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, baby, we are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It's myself, the guy who's been with me for quite some time now, Alec Medford, and Mike Bassick is back, too.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, Mike Bassick. Alec, do you have any Italian for Mike? As I know you were studying very vigorously while he was out.
Oh, yes, I definitely was, but I've slept since then. He's going to have to teach me.
Smart. Good. Sleeping is a good thing. Mike, are you happy to be back in America? Like, is that
I missed my kids a lot. I do miss Dallas-Fort Worth. I did get back in traffic immediately, and it's a different looking place. Obviously, here is... I don't know. Maybe there's no new builds in Rome or in Italy. Like they're not building anything. There's no cranes.
They renovate stuff.
Yeah, they renovate. So it's very interesting. But obviously, coming back to just the disappointment of the Cowboys losing 47-9 just crushed my heart. And just it's interesting listening to the calls that came in on Sean and RJ. Is that I think, and it's going to be a very small percentage. More people are following my lead of like, don't care.
Mm-hmm.
He's not changing.
Yeah.
Jerry's not changing. No, we know the only way that he'll change, and that will be that, I hate saying this, I'm going to die. Someday I'm going to die.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody listening's going to die. So this is not a shot at Jerry that he's going to die. The day that he passes away, to make it nicer, I guess, but he's going to die, just like I'm going to die. That could mean change, but I think the scary part is Steven has a lot of say, and it doesn't look like he's much different at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and I get that they're different personalities. Chris Arnold would definitely disagree with that.
Steven feels more like, don't mess this up.
Yeah.
While Jerry's still in charge, I don't want to mess anything up. Whereas it felt like early on in Jerry's career, he was a gambler, a risk taker. He would make some moves. And maybe there was a lot of that with it. And he's tried things. It seems like Steven's like, no, we have this path that we can work with.
Yeah, people get offended when I say when Jerry dies. Well, he is going to die. I don't know if he's dying tomorrow or dying 40 years from now. Nobody knows that. I guess somebody does.
There's somebody.
But I just think that's where I'm at. Like I've now been there for a couple years now. I'm like, I don't root for this team anymore. They don't affect me emotionally. And it sounded like the phone calls today made it sound like more people want to. It is tough to do, but it sounds like a very small percentage of Cowboy fans want to quit the Cowboys.
From the 214, wrong. Me and Jerry are doing cryo. We ain't going nowhere. So that's always an option, as we heard about with Ted Williams. All right, so let's throw this out there real quick. Let's go to cut 40 here, just to kind of establish this. 877-881-1053. The question right now is, what's wrong with Jerry? What is the truth? What is really wrong? Why did he snap like that today? Let's hear what Jerry Jones had to say to the boys.
Oh, I remember those criticisms very well. Okay, so what?
Are they playing out to be accurate?
What's your point?
My point is, it seems like
Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. About it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask
why.
why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that means, like what he feels that's going to change there. But the part of, I think he's tired of hearing the questions he was asked in the offseason where he was like, look, we're not making these moves because we have money tabbed for Dak Prescott. And CeeDee Lamb, he brought that up multiple times in the interview too.
Right.
Highest paid quarterback, highest paid CeeDee Lamb. And he's admitting that they did that and they're going to have to take a little bit of a hit somewhere else for it. He's said that multiple times. but he doesn't want to point out that, hey, look, we did fail. We did. Right now, it looks like we failed at getting the pieces in place to make this a successful season, to make us as competitive as we were last year. And he's saying, we paid those guys. That wasn't enough, Jerry. That wasn't enough to give you a new advantage on this season. Now you're having to build up, and you just got your butts whooped, and now everybody's mad about it because you didn't do enough in the offseason. So that's where I think Jerry has a complete disconnect with what everybody else's anger is really about.
You know,
those questions that Sean and Bobby were asking, and RJ as well. Those questions he's answered over and over. He's answered to his failure, and I think he's just tired of it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with everything you said. I'm looking at YouTube right now, and thanks to we have over 1,000 people right now on YouTube watching, they're saying, well, he's mad that he signed Dak. He won't say it, but he's mad at that. No, he's not. Now, I asked this question back to you, Corey, and also to YouTube and to the listeners right now and to Twitch and everybody is, I thought of this yesterday as I was getting back and seeing that everybody's really mad that they lost 47-9 is, what's the toughest decision Jerry has made in the last decade? Like, what has been his tough decisions? Because when he's getting mad at Sean and RJ, like, you want me to go to your little peasant town down on the mountain? You know, I'm on top of the mountain. You're down there. You want me to talk to you peasants, the radio personalities, the listeners right now, you know, that probably are like at best buying tickets in the upper deck. Like, that's pretty much what he's saying. Like, hey, you peasants. You know, like, I don't have to do this. I can go to DallasCowboys.com. I do pay those people, and they will ask. I can write them the questions. Always ask me the questions that way. I do like those guys. Nothing against those guys. But, I mean, he could do that if he wanted to. He could just use his own platform and do the interviews, and it would just be, hey, Jerry, you just tell us what you want to say right here, and we move on and move forward. But in the last decade, what's been the tough decision he's made? Oh, he let Zeke go? Oh, he let Jason Witten retire? Oh, he paid Tony Romo to retire? Like, what's the toughest decision I think he made in the last decade was he had to let go of his adopted son, Jason Garrett, as the head coach. That's like probably for him his toughest decision he's made in the last decade when it comes to football decisions, excluding LA Rams and stuff like that.
The first three answers that came in, Mike, on your question that you just asked, what's the toughest decision in the last decade or so that Jerry's had to make? First one, cutting DeMarcus Ware loose. Second one, toughest was moving on from Garrett. Third one, Romo and Dak decision was the toughest one he's had to make.
I agree with
those three are tough. I think the Jason Garrett one stands out for me the most.
And probably in the last decade, I don't know if Ware fits in there but we can expand it to the last 11, 12 years. Yeah. But I don't he doesn't make tough decisions. He doesn't make tough decisions.
And you know the thing about that is
he makes the easiest decisions you can make doing the job.
This is the frustrating part because of what you just said. Doing the job. The job that he does is he owns a football team.
Yeah.
But he also decided, I'm going to be the guy that obsesses over the team so much so that I have to make the difficult decisions to make it better. Right. And if I don't, I'm going to lose my job. And he doesn't have that. There's a different hunger, and everybody out there knows right now. We're all fighting for our lives out there. Everybody knows that you have a boss that's about to come down on you for not winning or doing your job correctly or not doing it effectively enough, that changes the way you approach it. It makes you more hungry. Jerry, while he might be hungry for more, he said, I want a bigger boat. Hey, while he might be hungry for more, it's not the same type of hunger that a GM who's fearing his job is going to make. And whenever you go into the offseason, okay, let's think about this for a second. Chris Young went into this offseason and was like, I got to figure something out budget-wise, right? Like, my budget looks like it's going to be different. And they didn't sign anybody. What happened? They failed.
Right.
They were bad. They weren't as good this year. They stayed the same as a team, and they thought, hey, we were a championship team. We should be able to compete again next year.
Right.
Didn't re-sign. Let's say it was Montgomery was the difference. I don't know.
You're right.
So their record goes down. Now this offseason, owners like, I don't want to do that again. Let's try and make some other decisions here. Let's try and figure something else out. Now Chris Young has to go back and go work Tetris to figure out how to make this a new season for the Rangers. That's missing with the Cowboys. They go back and they look at it and they're like, we still have plenty of time. We still have plenty of time. Yeah. Nobody's coming down on us. Nobody's hurting us. The league can't affect us. We're untouchable.
And I know a lot of people listening right now are Cowboy fans and they're not Texas Ranger fans, or they're not Dallas Maverick fans, or they're not Dallas Stars fans. And I get a lot of you are too. But there's quite a few people right now I can see on YouTube that are listening that are Cowboy fans from around the country that wouldn't be Dallas Fort Worth fans. And I totally get, thank you for listening. But when I look at the Texas Rangers and I look at what Ray Davis ended up doing. Now, Ray Davis does not speak to the media much at all.
Not at all.
He lets John Daniels, Nolan Ryan, then just John Daniels, and now Chris Young speak to the media.